Tonight we bring you a chilling tale, a story of a ranger confident in his experience who makes a single, fateful decision. A decision born of hubris, perhaps, or simple misjudgment. But in the wilderness, every action has a consequence. And for this ranger, his wrong turn will lead him to a terrifying truth. A truth that will challenge everything he thought he knew about the wild, and about the darkness that lurks within it. True, terrifying story of a ranger who makes a wrong decision and is faced with the truth. My name is Jake, and for the last 5 years, Yellowstone National Park has been my life, my office, and sometimes, I swear, my very soul. I'm a park ranger, badge number 742, and I've probably hiked more miles in this sprawling wilderness than I've driven my beat up pickup truck back home to Cody. 5 years might not sound like forever, but in ranger years, it's an eternity. You see things, you learn things, you become part of the landscape in a way that desk jockeys and city dwellers just can't fathom. When I first got the job, fresh out of forestry school, I was green as the pine needles in early spring. Yellowstone was this mythical place, postcards and nature documentaries come to life. I was excited, sure, but also nervous. I'd spent summers hiking and camping, but this was different. This was responsibility. This was wild. My first season was a blur of training, learning the ropes, and trying not to get eaten by a bear. Okay, maybe not eaten, but definitely respecting the wildlife. You quickly learn that the animals here are the real residents, and we're just guests. Bears, bison, elk, even the damn squirrels, they all have right of way. In the park itself, it's a living, breathing thing. It's beautiful, inspiring, but it's also powerful. You can feel it in the ground beneath your boots, in the steam rising from the geysers, in the silence of the backcountry. Over time, the nervousness faded, replaced by a deep, abiding respect, and yeah, I'll admit it, love for this place. I got to know the trails like the back of my hand. The easy strolls along the boardwalks, the challenging climbs up to panoramic overlooks, the hidden paths that only the seasoned rangers knew about. I learned the rhythm of the park, the ebb and flow of tourists, the changing seasons, the subtle shifts in the ecosystem. I could tell you where to find the best wildflowers in June, the prime spots for spotting elk in the fall rut, and the quietest corners of the park, when you just needed to escape the crowds. I prided myself on my knowledge. I knew every thermal feature by name, Old Faithful, Grand Prismatic Spring, Morning Glory Pool, right down to the smallest. Muddy's fumarole tucked away in some forgotten corner. I could identify animal tracks in the mud, tell you which birds were singing in the canopy, and even predict the weather with a decent degree of accuracy just by looking at the clouds rolling in over the Absaroka Range. My colleagues, some of them lifers who'd been here for decades, used to joke that I had Yellowstone in my blood. Maybe they were right. I spent my days hiking, patrolling, answering questions from tourists, and making sure everyone was safe and respectful. It wasn't always glamorous. There were long hours, grumpy visitors, and the occasional close call with wildlife. But there were also moments of pure magic. Sunrises over Hayden Valley that painted the sky in impossible colors, the roar of a bull elk-echoing through the forest, the quiet solitude of a backcountry campsite under a blanket of stars so bright it felt like you could reach out and touch them. Nights in Yellowstone are something else entirely. Once the crowds thin out in the day, trippers head back to their hotels. The park transforms. The daytime bustle gives way to an eerie stillness, broken only by the sounds of the wilderness. The rustling of leaves in the wind, the hoof of an owl, the distant howl of a coyote. These are the sounds of Yellowstone after dark. And in that darkness, the park feels different. More mysterious, more primal, a little bit unsettling. I'd worked plenty of night shifts, of course. Late patrols, responding to emergencies, sometimes just doing paperwork back at the base camp after the sun went down. I was comfortable in the dark, or at least I thought I was. I had my routine. Headlamp lamp on, radio checked, bear spray holstered, and a healthy dose of ranger caution. I'd always been a stickler for the rules, especially the safety guidelines. Safety first was practically drilled into us from day one. Stay on marked trails, never approach wildlife, be aware of thermal areas, and for God's sake, don't wander off into the backcountry alone after dark. But tonight was different. It was late, pushing past 10 p.m., and I was further out than I should have been. I'd been tracking a reported bear sighting near the 7-mile Hole Trail, a section of backcountry known for its rugged terrain and, well, its remoteness. The sighting turned out to be nothing, just a false alarm, probably a deer or a coyote mistaken for something bigger in the fading light. But by the time I confirmed it was a false alarm and started heading back, darkness had well and truly fallen. The designated trail back to base camp was long, a wending path that would take me at least another 2 hours in the dark. I was tired, hungry, and honestly, a little impatient to get back, grab some food, and finally get some sleep. That's when the thought flickered in my mind, a little voice whispering in the back of my head. A shortcut. I knew the general direction of base camp, and I knew there was an unmarked area, a section of woods between the 7-mile Hole Trail and the main road that, in theory, could cut off a good chunk of the distance. It wasn't a designated trail, and it was definitely off the map for tourists, but I'd seen it before, glimpsed it from the higher trails. Rangers sometimes used it unofficially during daylight hours to access certain remote areas quicker. It was rough terrain, sure and unmarked, but I was Jake, the 5-year veteran ranger. I knew this park like the back of my hand. What could go wrong? It was a stupid thought, reckless even, and every fiber of my ranger training screamed at me to stick to the marked trail, to follow the rules. But the lure of a quicker route, the promise of a warm meal and a bed sooner rather than later, was too tempting. It was just a shortcut, right? A little off-trail detour. I'd be fine. I was a ranger after all. So I made the decision. I stepped off the familiar, well-worn path and into the darkness of the unmarked woods. The trees closed in around me, the familiar trail markers disappearing behind. The air grew colder, the silence deeper. My headlamp cut a narrow beam through the inky blackness, illuminating only what was directly in front of me. The familiar rustles and whispers of the night were still there, but they seemed different somehow. Closer, maybe. More insistent. I told myself it was just my imagination, the fatigue playing tricks on my mind. But as I pushed deeper into the woods, a new sound emerged, faint at first, almost imperceptible. A whisper. Not the whisper of the wind through the trees. Not the whisper of leaves underfoot. A different kind of whisper. A whisper that seemed to come from below. From the ground itself. It was then, taking that shortcut, that I made my wrong decision. And that's when I started to realize that maybe, just maybe, I didn't know Yellowstone as well as I thought I did. Not at all. The whispers were faint at first, like the rustling of dry leaves or the murmur of a distant stream. I dismissed them as natural sounds, the park's nighttime symphony playing its usual tune. But as I ventured further into the unmarked territory, the whispers grew more distinct, more insistent. They weren't carried on the wind, they seemed to emanate from the earth itself, rising up through the soil and the tangled roots beneath my boots. It was unnerving to say the least. I stopped, headlamp beam fixed on the ground, trying to pinpoint the source. Silence. Just the usual night sounds of the forest, crickets chirping, branches creaking. I told myself it was auditory hallucination, stress, fatigue, the darkness playing tricks on my ears. Rangers get tired, stressed, and sometimes, out here in the wild, your mind can start to wander. I started walking again, telling myself to ignore it, to focus on getting back to base camp. But the whispers persisted, weaving their way into my consciousness, becoming harder and harder to ignore. They weren't words, not exactly. More like syllables, fragments of sounds, too low to be human voices, too articulate to be just the wind. Sha-sha closer, shiva deeper. The forest around me seemed to shift and change as I walked. The trees, mostly lodgepole pines and Douglas firs, grew denser, their branches intertwining overhead, blocking out what little starlight might have penetrated the canopy. Shadows danced in the periphery of my headlamp beam, playing tricks on my eyes. Every twisted root, every gnarled branch, seemed to morph into something else in the fleeting glimpses of light faces, figures, grotesque shapes lurking just beyond my vision. The ground underfoot became uneven, treacherous. I stumbled over fallen logs, skirted around unseen obstacles, my ankles twisting on loose rocks hidden beneath layers of pine needles and decaying leaves. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something else, something acrid and metallic, like a sulfur. I wrinkled my nose, trying to place the smell. Yellowstone was full of geothermal features, sulfur springs and fumaroles, but this smell was different, sharper, almost chemical. The whispers intensified, becoming more insistent, more intelligible. Still not words, not exactly, but now they had a rhythm, a cadence, like a language spoken just beyond the threshold of hearing. Deeper, closer, listen, shat truth, truth. What truth? My heart started to pound in my chest, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. My ranger training kicked in. Stay calm, assess the situation, don't panic. But panic was starting to bubble up inside me, a cold, creeping dread that had nothing to do with bears or mountain lions. This was something else, something wrong. I stopped again, breathing heavily, trying to get my bearings. I pulled out my compass, the familiar weight reassuring in my hand. North was that way, base camp roughly in that direction, but something felt off. The compass needle seemed to waver, to spin erratically, as if the very magnetic field of the earth was being disrupted. Impossible, I told myself. Just faulty equipment, maybe. Or more likely, I was just disoriented, lost in these unmarked woods, my sense of direction skewed by the darkness and the growing unease. I tried to retrace my steps, to backtrack to the marked trail, but the woods seemed to have closed in around me. The path I thought I'd taken vanished, swallowed by the darkness and the dense undergrowth. Every direction looked the same: trees, shadows, whispering ground. I was lost, truly lost. And the whispers, they were getting louder. Los, yes, lost, where are you going? Shied no way back. The ground beneath my feet started to feel warm. Not just the residual warmth of the day, but a deeper internal heat radiating upwards through my boots. I shone my headlamp down, expecting to see steam rising from the soil, a thermal vent I hadn't noticed before. But there was no steam, just dark earth, pine needles, and something else. Something pale and glistening just beneath the surface. I knelt down, brushing away the loose debris with my gloved hand. More of it, pale, smooth, like bone. No, not bone. Too smooth, too organic, but not quite living, like polished stone, but warmer, softer. And it pulsed faintly with a slow, rhythmic beat that resonated in my fingertips. The whispers intensified, rising to a chorus, a cacophony of sibilant sounds that seemed to vibrate in my very bones. Truth, truth, underneath, listen to the ground. It knows. I recoiled, scrambling back to my feet, heart hammering in my chest. Bones, pulsating stones, whispering ground. This was insane. This couldn't be happening. I was exhausted, dehydrated, hallucinating. That had to be it. Just stress and fatigue playing tricks on my mind, on my senses. But the feeling of wrongness persisted, growing stronger with every step I took, with every breath I drew. The forest was no longer familiar, no longer comforting. It felt alien, hostile, like something was watching me, waiting for me, drawing me deeper into its heart. And the whispers, they were everywhere now, surrounding me, enveloping me, coming from all directions, from the trees, from the shadows, from the very ground I walked upon. Come closer, Ranger, we have something to show you. Truth, the park's truth, your truth. My headlamp flickered, the beam dimming, casting longer, more distorted shadows. The batteries must be running low. Of course, just my luck. Everything was going wrong. Every decision I'd made tonight, every step I'd taken off that marked trail, had led me deeper into this nightmare. I stumbled onward, desperate to find my way back, to escape the whispering woods, to reach the safety of base camp and the familiar normalcy of my ranger life. But with every step, the whispers grew louder, the darkness deeper, and the sense of dread more overwhelming. I was lost, not just in the woods, but in something far more profound, far more terrifying. Lost in the whispers, lost in the truth that the ground was trying to tell me. And I had a sickening feeling, deep in the pit of my stomach, that the truth it wanted to reveal was something I was not ready to face. Something that would change everything. The headlamp sputtered and died, plunging me into near total darkness. A faint, ethereal glow permeated the woods, a sickly luminescence that seemed to emanate from the ground itself, highlighting the pale, pulsing surfaces I glimpsed earlier. The whispers intensified, no longer just sounds, but a chorus of voices, murmuring, chanting, resonating in the very air around me. Truth, truth here below, panic flared, hot and sharp, but exhaustion and a strange sense of resignation quickly followed. Running was pointless. I was lost, disoriented, and surrounded by something I didn't understand, something ancient and malevolent. All that ranger training, all my years of experience, felt useless now, irrelevant in the face of this thing. I stood frozen for a moment, listening to the whispers, trying to make sense of the unintelligible sounds. Then, slowly, hesitantly, I took a step forward, drawn by an unseen force, pulled deeper into the heart of the whispering woods. The ground glowed brighter with each step, the pale surfaces becoming more frequent, more prominent, like stepping stones leading me further into the unknown. Closer, yes, closer, we've been waiting for you, Ranger. The air grew thick and heavy, almost viscous, pressing in on me, making it hard to breathe. The sulfurous smell intensified, now mixed with a cloying sweetness like overripe fruit or decaying flesh. My stomach churned, nausea rising in my throat. I wanted to vomit, to run, to scream, but I was paralyzed, trapped in this nightmarish descent. The trees began to thin, the dense canopy breaking apart, revealing a clearing ahead. In the center of the clearing, the ground pulsed with an intense, rhythmic light, the pale surfaces now forming a swirling vortex, a gaping maw in the earth itself. Steam rose from the opening, thick and white, carrying with it the overwhelming stench of sulfur and decay. And the whispers, they were deafening now, a roaring torrent of sound that threatened to shatter my sanity. Truth here is truth, look, see, understand. I stumbled towards the clearing, drawn by the hypnotic pulse of the ground, by the irresistible pull of the whispers. As I got closer, the vortex resolved itself into a shape, a form emerging from the glowing earth. It was organic but not natural. Pale, smooth, like the surfaces I'd seen scattered through the woods, but on a colossal scale. It writhed and pulsed, tendrils of light snaking out from its core, reaching towards me, beckoning me closer. The whispers coalesced into something resembling words, broken, fragmented, but now undeniably voices. Not human voices, not animal voices, but something else. Ancient voices, deep and resonant, filled with an immeasurable awareness and a terrible, chilling knowledge. We are the park ranger, we are the heart, the truth. You walk on Oos, you build on Oos, you forget Oos. The shape in the clearing pulsed again, and the ground around it began to tremble. The trees swayed, branches cracking as if in pain. The air crackled with an unseen energy, making my skin prickle, my hair stand on end. And then, the truth began to unfold, not in words, but in visions, in sensations, flooding my mind, overwhelming my senses. I saw Yellowstone as it was before the tourists, before the rangers, before even the national park. I saw the land raw and untamed, volcanic and primal. I saw the ancient forces that shaped this place, the fire and the ice, the earth's molten core pushing upwards, the glaciers carving out valleys and canyons. And I saw them, not animals, not plants, not anything I could recognize from the natural world. Entities of pure energy, of earth and fire and steam, living deep beneath the surface, woven into the very fabric of the park. They were the heart of Yellowstone, the source of its power, its beauty, and its hidden darkness. And they were waking. We are the whispers, Ranger, the ground speaks. But you do not listen, you take, you consume, you forget the pricey. The visions intensified, becoming more chaotic, more disturbing. I saw the park changing, twisting, the familiar landscapes warping into grotesque parodies of themselves. Geysers erupting with black, oily plumes, thermal pools boiling over with acidic sludge, forests withering and dying, consumed by an unseen blight. And in the midst of this devastation, I saw faces. Pale, distorted faces emerging from the earth, their eyes burning with ancient anger, their mouths open in silent screams. This is the truth, Ranger. The park is not yours, it is ours, and you have forgotten your place, you have taken too much. No, you will pay the price. The shape in the clearing pulsed one last time, and the ground beneath me gave way. I cried out, arms flailing, as I plunged downwards in the glowing vortex into the heart of the whisper. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was a pale, luminous face rising up from the depths, its eyes burning into mine, its mouth opening, not in a scream, but in a silent, terrible smile. They found my headlamp the next day, lying at the edge of an unmarked thermal area, a section of backcountry officially closed to the public. There was no sign of Jake, badge number 742, just steam rising from the ground, and the wind whispering through the trees. Some say, if you listen closely, you can still hear the whispers in Yellowstone after dark, especially in the unmarked areas. The places where the ground remembers, and the truth lies buried deep beneath your feet. They say the ground whispers the ranger's name, a warning, a reminder of the price of straying from the path. of forgetting the ancient power that sleeps beneath the surface. They say, if you listen very, very carefully, you can hear the ground whisper, "Jakey, Jakey, lost to forever truth." They call me Sarah. It's just Sarah, no last name needed out here. In Redwood National Park, especially in the hushed, towering majesty of the tall trees grove, you become just a name, a whisper in the wind that rustles through the ancient canopy. And Redwood is my domain. I'm a park ranger and have been for the better part of a decade. This isn't just a job for me. It's woven into the very fabric of who I am. I breathe the redwood-scented air, I walk the needle-strewn trails, and I listen to the silence that's so profound it hums in your bones. People come here to escape, to find solace, to stand in awe of something bigger than themselves. And the redwoods, they provide that in spades. They're silent sentinels, guardians of time, their roots delving deep into the earth, their crowns scraping the sky. You can feel the history here, the weight of centuries pressing down, a living, breathing monument to the slow, relentless march of time. My job is simply to protect this place and protect the people who come to visit it. Mostly it's routine. Trail maintenance, answering questions about the flora and fauna, occasionally dealing with a lost hiker or a bear sighting. Rules are there for a reason, and I'm usually the first to enforce them. Stay on the marked trails, pack out your trash. No campfires outside designated areas. Respect the wildlife, respect the trees. It's not rocket science. Common sense, really. But common sense, I've learned, isn't always so common. I pride myself on my strictness. It's necessary. Redwood is beautiful, yes, but it's also wild, untamed. Beneath the veneer of tranquility, there's a primal force at work. Something ancient and powerful. You can sense it if you're quiet enough, if you listen closely. And straying from the path, disrespecting the boundaries, well, that's when things can go wrong. That's when the forest reminds you who's really in charge. That's why what happened still gnaws at me. It was a sunny afternoon, unseasonably warm for late September. The kind of day that draws crowds, even to the quieter trails. I was stationed near the entrance to the Tall Trees Grove, checking permits and given the usual safety spiel. A group approached, maybe 6 or 7 of them, laughing and chattering, clearly excited to see the giants. Tourists, definitely, not the seasoned hiker type. More like the picture-snapping, selfie-stick-wielding variety. I went through the motions, explained the trail map, pointed out the marked paths, emphasized the importance of staying on them. The Tall Trees Grove is a delicate ecosystem, I told them, my voice practiced, almost robotic. Off-trail hiking is prohibited in this area. Protect the tree's shallow root systems and the surrounding environment. It's for your safety and for the preservation of this incredible place. They nodded, smiled, and promised to be good. The leader of the group, a man with a booming laugh and a bright Hawaiian shirt that seemed almost offensive against the muted greens and browns of the forest, clapped me on the shoulder. "Don't you worry. Ranger Sarah," he said, his smile wide and reassuring. "We're just here to admire the scenery. We'll stick to the path, promise, Ranger Sarah." They always call me that, even though my name tag just says Ranger. It's a small thing, but it always feels a little performative. Like they're playing at being in nature, playing at respecting authority. I watched them head down the trail, their voices echoing slightly in the stillness. They were heading towards the designated loop, the well-maintained path that winds through the heart of the grove, showcasing some of the tallest trees on Earth. Normally, that would be the end of it. I'd move on to the next group, repeat the same spiel, and keep an eye on things from my post. But something made me hesitate. Maybe it was the man's overly confident smile, or the way they dismissed my warnings with such casual assurance. Maybe it was just a feeling, a prickle of unease that settled at the base of my skull. Whatever it was, I found myself watching them a little longer than usual. They walked for a while on the marked path, and for a moment, I thought I'd been wrong. They were behaving, sticking to the trail, taking pictures, just like any other group of tourists. But then, as they rounded a bend in the path, heading deeper into the grove, I saw it. A subtle shift in their direction. A few of them veering slightly to the left, towards a less defined, almost invisible track that branched off from the main trail. My heart sank. The off-trail area near the Tall Trees Grove is particularly sensitive. It's not just about damaging roots or disturbing the undergrowth. There's something else there, something different. An older part of the forest, a place where the trees are even bigger, even more ancient, and the silence is even heavier. It's not officially closed off, but it's definitely discouraged. A marked unmaintained, and frankly, a little unsettling. I should have called them back. I should have radioed ahead to another ranger to intercept them. I should have done something, but I didn't. I hesitated. I told myself they were probably just taking a shortcut, that they'd rejoin the main trail further down. I told myself I was being overly cautious, that it was just a few tourists, harmlessly wandering off for a minute. Stupid. So utterly unforgivably stupid, I let them go. I let them wander off trail near the tall trees grove. And that I know now was the wrong decision. Maybe the worst decision of my life. The rest of the day passed without incident. I finished my shift, the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows through the redwoods. The park started to empty out, the crowds thinning to a trickle, then to nothing. The silence returned, deeper now, more profound in the fading light. Before heading back to my cabin, I decided to do one last patrol of the tall trees grove, just to make sure everything was in order, just to ease the nagging feeling in my gut. It was almost dark by the time I reached the grove again. The air was cool, damp, and heavy with the scent of redwood needles and damp earth. The towering trees loomed around me, their silhouettes stark against the twilight sky. I walked the main trail, my flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. Everything seemed normal. Peaceful. Too peaceful. Maybe the kind of peace that feels watchful, like something is holding its breath, waiting. As I rounded the bend where I'd last seen the tourists, I noticed something. A faint glimmer of white, just off the trail, near the base of one of the largest trees. Curiosity, and a lingering sense of responsibility, drew me towards it. I stepped off the marked path, my boots crunching softly on the forest floor. The air grew colder, the silence more intense. The beam of my flashlight landed on the base of a truly colossal redwood, its trunk wider than a car, its bark a deep, rich reddish brown. And then I saw it. Carved into the tree, just above the root flare, was something that definitely wasn't bark. Something pale, almost bone white, stark against the dark wood. I moved closer, my breath catching in my throat. It wasn't natural. It wasn't a branch or a fungus or any kind of growth I'd ever seen in the redwoods. It was a carving, but not like any carving I'd ever encountered. It wasn't initials or a heart or some clumsy attempt at graffiti. It was intricate, complex, almost geometric, but also organic, like twisting vines or writhing things. It spiraled and looped, weaving across itself, forming patterns that seemed to shift and change as I moved my flashlight beam. And it wasn't just carved into the bark. It was part of the tree, as if the wood itself had been transformed, reshaped, grown into this unnatural design. The pale white material wasn't painted on, or glued on, or even scraped into the surface. It was integrated, seamlessly fused with the redwood bark like bone grafted onto wood. I reached out a gloved hand, hesitantly, and touched it. The texture was cold, smooth, almost glassy. Not like wood at all, more like ivory, or bone. A shiver ran down my spine, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the evening chill. This wasn't vandalism. This wasn't some prank. This was something else entirely. Something wrong. Deeply fundamentally wrong. And I had a terrible, sinking feeling that it was connected to the tourists. The tourists I'd let wander off trail. The tourists who had promised to be good and then hadn't. The silence of the grove pressed in on me, suddenly heavy with something more than just peace. It was a silence filled with anticipation, as if the trees themselves were listening, waiting. And I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the core, that whatever had created this carving, whatever was behind it, was still out there, somewhere in the darkness of the tall trees grove. And it was no longer waiting patiently. It was starting to stir. I circled the tree, my flashlight beam dancing across the unnatural carving. The more I looked, the more unsettling it became. The patterns weren't random. They seemed to follow some kind of logic, a twisted, organic geometry that defied any natural form I knew. It was like looking at a language I couldn't understand, yet somehow, instinctively knew was malevolent. The pale material pulsed faintly in the beam of my light, or maybe it was my imagination, fueled by the growing unease that was tightening its grip around my chest. I ran my fingers over the carving again, tracing the cold, smooth lines. It felt wrong, deeply wrong, like touching something that shouldn't exist in this world. Like bone, yes, but bone that had grown into unnatural shapes, bone that was somehow alive. I pulled back my hand as it burned. The silence of the grove seemed to deepen, pressing in on me, amplifying the frantic thumping of my heart. I felt exposed, vulnerable, standing there alone in the darkness, under the watchful gaze of these ancient trees, with this thing carved into their flesh. I needed to get out of there. Not run, not panic, but just retreat. Assess. Figure out what I was dealing with. Report it, maybe. To whom? My supervisor. The park authorities. What would I even say? Hey, I found a creepy bone like carved in a redwood tree. And I think it's alive. Yeah, that would go over well. Still, I couldn't just ignore it. This isn't normal, this wasn't natural, and it felt significant, like a violation, a desecration of something sacred. The redwoods, they're more than just trees. They're living history, ancient witnesses to the slow turning of the world. And this carving, it felt like a wound inflicted on that history, a corruption of something pure. I took a step back, then another, keeping my flashlight trained on the carving, as if afraid it might move, might reach out. The pattern seemed to run in my peripheral vision, the pale material almost glowing in the darkness. I could feel my breath coming in ragged gasps, the cool night air doing little to calm the sudden heat that had risen in my face. As I backed away, my foot snagged on something. I stumbled, nearly falling, and instinctively reached out to steady myself, my hand landing on the rough bark of another redwood. But it wasn't bark I felt, not entirely. There was something else there. Something smooth and cold like the carving. I swung my flashlight around, my beam landing on another patch of the pale, unnatural material. Smaller this time, just a few lines. A fragment of the larger design, but undeniably the same stuff. And it wasn't just on this tree. As I swept my light around, I saw more. And more. Scattered across the bases of the giant redwoods, like a creeping, insidious growth. Fragments of the carving spreading outwards, infecting the grove. The tourists. It had to be the tourists. They'd gone off trail. They'd wandered into this older part of the forest, and they'd done something. Unleashed something. Or maybe they'd become part of it. The thought sent another shiver of ice through me. I had to find them. I had to make sure they were all right. Or whatever they were now. The confident smile of the man in the Hawaiian shirt flashed in my mind, his casual dismissal of my warnings. Arrogance. Stupidity. And now, maybe something far worse. I pulled out my radio, my hand trembling slightly. I needed to call it in. Report the carving, report the off-trail tourists. Report whatever this feeling was, this crawling dread that was telling me things were very, very wrong. But as I raised the radio to my lips, I hesitated. What would I say? How could I explain this? And what if reporting it was the wrong thing to do? What if this was something that needed to be contained, kept secret? Something that the outside world, the normal world, couldn't understand, couldn't handle. The silence of the grove seemed to listen, to hold its breath, waiting for my decision. And in that silence, I heard something else. Faint, almost imperceptible, but there. A rustling, a whispering, a soft sound that seemed to come from all around me, from the trees themselves. It wasn't the wind. There was no wind tonight. It was something else. Something internal. Like the trees were breathing, sighing, talking. And the whispers, they seemed to be directed at me. Not in words, not in any language I could recognize, but in something deeper, something primal. A feeling, an impression, a sense of awareness. The grove was watching me. The trees were watching me. And they were interested. In me. In the carving. In the tourists. In whatever was happening here. The whispering grew louder, more insistent, swirling around me like a tangible presence. I could feel it on my skin, a cold, clammy touch, like the breath of something ancient and vast. The patterns on the trees seemed to pulse again, more strongly this time. The pale material almost glowing in the darkness, casting strange, shifting shadows that danced and wreathed around me. I lowered the radio, my hand numb. Calling for help, it felt futile, pointless. This was bigger than that. Bigger than me, bigger than the park, bigger than anything I understood. This was something ancient. Something that had been here long before the park, long before the redwoods themselves were even saplings, as waking up. Steering. and Ranger Sarah, strict enforcer of the rules, protector of the grove, had let the door open. I had let the tourists wander off trail, and now I was going to have to face the consequences, whatever they might be. The whispering intensified, coalescing into something almost coherent. Not words, not exactly, but impressions, images, feelings flooding into my mind, unbidden, unwelcome. Visions of roots twisting and writhing beneath the earth, of darkness deep and ancient, of something vast and hungry stirring in the depths, and then a single clear image, sharp and terrifying the tourists, but not as I'd seen them earlier. Distwisted, their faces elongated, their eyes black and empty, their limbs elongated and contorted like branches, like they were becoming part of the trees. A scream caught in my throat, choked by the sudden, suffocating dread that had engulfed me. I stumbled backwards, desperate to escape the whispering, the visions, the oppressive presence of the grove. I had to get out. I had to get away. I turned and ran. Not a ranger's measured retreat, but a panicked, desperate flight, crashing through the undergrowth, stumbling over roots, heedless of the trail, heedless of everything but the overwhelming need to escape. The whispering followed me, swirling around me, urging me on, deeper into the darkness, deeper into the heart of the grove. And as I ran, I heard another sound, faint at first, but growing louder, closer, with every panicked breath I took. A sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that echoed in the silence of the ancient forest, a sound that I knew instinctively was coming for me. Footsteps, but not human footsteps. Too heavy, too deliberate, too slow, dragging, scraping footsteps, like something large and ponderous was moving through the undergrowth, following me, relentlessly, patiently in the darkness. And with each step, the whispering grew louder, clearer, no longer just whispers, but voices now, sibilant, rustling voices speaking my name. Sarah, they whispered. Sarah, you made a mistake. And I knew with a chilling certainty that they were right. I had made a mistake. A terrible, unforgivable mistake. And now I was going to pay the price. In the darkness of the tall trees' grove, under the watchful gaze of the ancient redwoods, I was going to face the truth. And the truth, I knew, was far more terrifying than anything I could ever imagine. Sarah. The voices whispered again, closer now, a chorus of rustling leaves and cracking twigs, laced with a sibilant undertone that made my skin crawl. The footsteps pounded behind me, slow and deliberate, like the inexorable march of time itself. I didn't dare look back. I just ran, lungs burning, legs aching, branches whipping at my face, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly through the darkness. The forest seemed to warp around me, the familiar trails vanishing, replaced by a labyrinth of tangled undergrowth and towering trunks. It was as if the grove itself was shifting, changing, leading me deeper into its heart, into the source of the whispering, into the path of whatever was pursuing me. The air grew heavy, thick with a cloying sweetness, like rotting vegetation and something else's something metallic, like blood. The scent was overpowering, making my stomach churn, my head spin. I stumbled, fell to my knees, scraping my hands on the rough forest floor. For a moment I lay there, gasping for breath, the whispering voices swirling around me, mocking, taunting. Mistake, they hissed. Your mistake. I pushed myself back to my feet, ignoring the pain, the exhaustion, the rising tide of panic that threatened to drown me. I had to keep moving. Stopping meant I didn't want to think about what stopping meant. I plunged deeper into the darkness, the footsteps still behind me, relentless, unyielding. But now there was another sound, joining the whispers and the footsteps. A new sound, faint at first, but growing steadily louder, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, a sound that made my teeth chatter and my vision blur, a low, resonant humming, a vibration that seemed to emanate from the trees themselves, from the earth beneath my feet, from the very air around me. It started as a subtle tremor, a barely perceptible thrumming, but it quickly intensified, building into a deep, sonorous drone that filled the grove, drowning out the whispers, drowning out the footsteps, drowning out everything but itself. The humming vibrated through my body, shaking me to my core, making my vision swim, my balance falter. The trees around me seemed to sway and pulse in time with the sound, the pale carvings glowing with an eerie, internal light, the patterns shifting and swirling like living things. And then I saw them, ahead through the trees, a clearing. Not a natural clearing, not like the sun-dappled meadows I knew from the outer edges of the park. This was different. Wrong. The trees in this clearing were twisted, contorted, their branches gnarled and skeletal, reaching out like clawing fingers, their trunks warped and swollen, covered in the pale bone like carvings that I had seen on the giant redwood. In the center of the clearing, something pulsed with that same eerie light. A massive pale material growing, spreading, like a tumor erupting from the forest floor. It was vaguely organic in shape, but also geometric, the same twisted patterns and angles as the carvings, but on a massive scale, a pulsating, breathing sculpture of bone and wood and shadow. And around it, surrounding it, connected to it, were the tourists. But not as tourists anymore. They were changed, twisted. Their bodies elongated, their limbs thin and branch, like their skin pale and bark, like their eyes black pits and elongated inhuman faces. They were fused to the trees, their limbs intertwining with the branches, their bodies merging with the pale, pulsating growth in the center of the clearing. They were becoming part of the grove, becoming part of it. The humming intensified as I stumbled into the clearing, the pulsating mass in the center throbbing with an almost painful intensity. The transformed tourists turned towards me, their black eyes fixing on me, their elongated mouths opening in silent, horrifying smiles. "Sarah," the voices whispered again, now coming from the transformed tourists, their voices distorted, echoing, layered with the rustling of leaves and the creaking of wood. "You came," I couldn't speak, couldn't move. Paralyzed by fear, by horror, by the sheer unnatural wrongness of what I was seeing. This was the truth. This was what lay beneath the surface of the serene beauty of the Redwood Grove. This ancient, malevolent entity, feeding on the forest, corrupting it, twisting it, assimilating it into its unnatural form, and I had led the tourists to it. I had opened the door. I had allowed them to wander off trail, to stumble into this thing. And now, they were part of it, and now it wanted me too. "We are one now," Sarah of the voices whispered, echoing from the transformed tourists, from the trees themselves, from the pulsating mass in the center of the clearing. Part of the grove, part of the truth. The humming intensified further, reaching a deafening crescendo. The pulsating mass glowed brighter, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed and twisted like living things. The transformed tourists began to move, slowly, deliberately, their branch, like limbs creaking and groaning as they detached themselves from the trees, shuffling towards me, their black eyes fixed on me, their silent smiles widening. "Join us, Sarah." The voices whispered, closer now, surrounding me, invading my mind, filling my senses. "Become part of the grove, become part of the truth." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was constricted, my lungs frozen. I tried to run, but my legs were leading, rooted to the spot. I was trapped. Surrounded, facing the truth. And the truth was that the redwoods weren't just trees. They were something else. Something older, something darker, something hungry. They weren't guardians of time. They were consumers of time. They absorbed it, they twisted it, they reshaped it into their own unnatural image. And the carvings, they weren't carvings at all. They were manifestations. Outgrowths of this ancient entity, spreading through the grove, infecting the trees, claiming territory, marking their domain. And the tourists, they were just the latest victims. Assimilated, consumed, transformed into living extensions of the grove's unnatural will. The transformed tourists were almost upon me now, their branch, like hands reaching out, their black eyes burning into mine. The pulsating mass in the center of the clearing throbbed, beckoning, welcoming. The humming reached a fever pitch, vibrating through my bones, shattering my sanity. "Truth," the voices whispered, one last time, a chorus of sibilant rustles and echoing groans, as the transformed tourists closed in, their touch cold, bone-like final. And then darkness, silence. The humming faded, the whispering ceased. Only the rustling of leaves in the wind, the creaking of branches in the night, the eternal, indifferent silence of the Redwood Grove. They call this place Redwood National Park. A place of beauty, of serenity, of awe-inspiring natural wonder. But they don't know the truth. They don't know what lies hidden beneath the surface, in the heart of the tall trees' grove. They don't know what waits in the darkness, listening, watching, hungry. And now, neither must Eric. She wandered off trail, and she faced the truth of the Redwood Grove. The truth that whispers in the wind, that hums in the earth, that waits in the darkness. The truth that consumes. The truth that transforms. The truth that is unnatural. And in the silence of the grove, only the trees remain, silent sentinels, guardians of a truth too terrifying to be told, and waiting for the next mistake. They call me Ranger Mike. Sounds folksy, right? Like something off a postcard you'd buy at a dusty gas station somewhere off the interstate. But it's just Mike, and Ranger is what I am. Been patrolling the Everglades for hell, pushing on 15 years now. 15 years of sun, sweat, and the constant low hum of the swamp. You get used to it. You start to think you know it. That's probably where I messed up. The Everglades is, well, it's everything and nothing all at once. Flat as a pancake, they say. And yeah, it is. The horizon stretches out forever. Nothing but sawgrass and sky meeting in a hazy blue line. But get down in it, get into the slavs and the hammocks, and it's a whole different world. Twisted cypress knees poking out of the water like gnarled fingers, air thick enough to chew on, and life bursting out of every corner. Birds squawking, fish jumping, frogs croaking their endless song. And then there are the gators. You can't talk about the Everglades without talking about the alligators. They're the kings and queens of this place. Been here since dinosaurs roamed, they say. And they act like it. Lying in the sun like they own it, sliding through the water like shadows, those cold, black eyes watching everything. Respect the wildlife, that's the first thing they tell you when you pull on the green uniform. Respect the wildlife, especially the alligators. And I always have. Always kept my distance. Given them their space. It's common sense, really. They're wild animals, apex predators, you don't mess with them. But there's something about them, too. Something mesmerizing. Maybe it's the way they move, so slow and deliberate, like they've got all the time in the world. Or maybe it's those eyes, ancient and knowing, like they've seen things you couldn't even imagine. Whatever it is, they get under your skin. Even after all these years, seeing a big one still gives me a jolt. A mix of awe and, yeah, maybe a little fear. Healthy fear, you could call it. Keeps you sharp. Keeps you alive. Most days out here are routine. Check the trails, make sure the boardwalks are clear. Answer tourist questions about birds and plants they can't pronounce. Remind them not to feed the wildlife, especially the alligators. You'd be surprised how many people think it's a good idea to toss a marshmallow to a 10-foot reptile with teeth like steak knives. Educating the public, that's part of the job too. And honestly, most of the time it's peaceful, quiet. Just the sounds of the swamp and the sun on your face. Days bleed into weeks, weeks into months. Seasons change slow and subtle down here, but the swamp stays the same, eternal. But then there are days when the routine breaks. Days when something feels off. The air gets thick and heavy, even for the Everglades. The birds go quiet. The usual hum of life fades to a whisper. And you get this feeling, this prickling on the back of your neck, like you're being watched. Like the swamp itself is holding its breath. Those are the days you pay attention. Those are the days you tread carefully. This particular afternoon started out normal enough. Sun was high, baking the sawgrass to a crisp yellow-brown. Air was still, heavy with humidity. I was on patrol, making my rounds on the airboat, the fan whining behind me as I skimmed across the water. Checked a few campsites. Made sure everyone was following the rules, pointed out a heron to a family from Ohio who looked like they'd rather be anywhere else. Standard stuff. Then I saw him, he was huge. Even for an Everglades gator, this one was a monster, easily 12 feet, maybe more. Thick, armored back, tail like a battering ram, and a head the size of a small dog. He was basking on a mud bank, right at the edge of a narrow slough, soaking up the afternoon sun. Just lying there, still as a log, except for the slow rise and fall of his chest. Magnificent. That's the only word for it. Now, I've seen big gators before. Like I said, 15 years. But this one, there was something about him. Maybe it was his size. Maybe it was the way he was positioned, right out in the open. Almost posing, I don't know. But something in me, something stupid and reckless, just clicked. I wanted a photo. A really good photo. Not just a snapshot from a distance, but a close-up. A picture that would really capture the scale of this beast. A picture that would impress people, I guess. Yeah, cocky, that's the word. I was feeling cocky. I knew better. Every instinct, Every bit of training, every year of experience screamed at me to stay back. Keep your distance. Respect the wildlife. Especially the alligators. But that little voice in my head, the one that whispers about getting that perfect shot, it was louder. It always is sometimes. And sometimes you listen to the wrong voice. I cut the engine on the airboat, letting it drift silently towards the mud bank. The sawgrass whispered against the hull, the only sound in the stillness. The gator didn't move, didn't even twitch an eyelid, just lay there, basking. I grabbed my camera, the one with the good zoom lens, and slowly, carefully stepped out of the boat. Water was warm and murky, sucking at my boots as I waded towards the bank. Each step was deliberate, quiet. I kept my eyes on the gator, watching for any sign of movement. Nothing. He was still a statue. I got closer and closer. The air hung heavy, thick with the smell of mud and decaying vegetation. I could hear the buzz of insects, the distant cry of a bird, but mostly just silence. The silence of the swamp holding its breath. I was close now, too close. Maybe 15 feet, 10. Close enough to see the individual scales on his back, the rough texture of his skin. Close enough to smell that musky, primal scent that all gators have. Close enough to see his eyes. That's when it changed. Everything changed. I raised my camera, framing the shot. The sun was behind me, lighting him perfectly. His head was angled slightly towards me. Those black eyes, they were open, and they were fixed on me. Not with the cold, reptilian stare I was used to. Not with the blank, unblinking gaze of a predator waiting for prey. No, this was different. It was the color mostly. They weren't black anymore. Not entirely. Around the edges of the pupil, a ring of gold. A deep, burning gold like molten metal. And in the center of that gold, something else. Something human. That's the only way I can describe it. Human eyes. Staring back at me from the head of an alligator. Not just the color, but the expression. The intelligence. The recognition. It was like looking into the eyes of a person. A person trapped inside something wrong. Something ancient and powerful and hungry. The reptile was still there, the scales, the teeth, the bulk of muscle and bone. But the eyes were not reptile eyes anymore. And in that moment, standing there in the silence of the swamp, with those eyes fixed on mine, I knew I had made a mistake. A terrible, irreversible mistake. I knew I was facing something I didn't understand. Something I wasn't prepared for. And I knew, with a cold certainty that went right down to my bones, that my life was about to change. Forever. The camera slipped in my sweaty hands. Almost dropped it right there in the murky water. My breath hitched in my chest, and for a second, everything went silent. The swamp, the insects, the birds, even the blood rushing in my ears, just gone. Like the world itself had paused, waiting. Waiting for me to understand what I was seeing. Human eyes. Staring out from the face of an alligator. It didn't make sense. It combined scrambled, trying to find a rational explanation. Trick of the light. Some kind of weird reflection. My eyes playing tricks on me in the heat. But deep down, I knew it wasn't any of those things. This was real. Unreal, but real. The gold in the eyes seemed to deepen, to glow brighter. And the pupils, they weren't the vertical slits of a reptile anymore. They were round. Perfectly round, like ours. And they were focused on me, with an intensity that made my skin crawl. It wasn't just the eyes themselves, it was what was behind them. It was the awareness, the intelligence. I could see thought there, calculation, something ancient, something that had seen centuries pass, seen the world change, seen things I couldn't even fathom. And it was all there, in those eyes locked on me. A shiver ran down my spine. Despite the humid heat, this wasn't just a gator. Not anymore. Or maybe it never was. Maybe what I thought I knew about these creatures, about the Everglades, about everything was wrong. Terribly wrong. The silence stretched thick and heavy as the air. Neither of us moved. Me frozen in place, camera halfway raised, the gator still basking on the mud bank. Those golden human eyes burning into mine. It felt like an eternity, but it was probably only seconds. Seconds that stretched out, distorted, warped by the sheer wrongness of what I was witnessing. Then a flicker. Just a tiny shift in the gator's expression. Something in those human eyes changed. The intelligence was still there, the ancient knowing. But something else flickered across them now, something predatory. Something hungry. And cold. So cold it made my blood run thin. A low rumble started to vibrate through the mud bank. Deep, guttural like the growl of some engine buried deep in the earth. It wasn't a gator's hiss. Not like anything I'd ever heard. It was something else. Something older. Something darker. The rumble grew louder, resonating in my chest, vibrating in my teeth. The water around my boots started to ripple, not from wind, but from the vibrations coming from the mud bank. And the gator, he started to move. Slowly at first, almost imperceptibly. A twitch of his massive tail. A ripple of muscle under his armored skin. Then a slow, deliberate shifting of his weight. He was getting up. Rising from his basking spot, unfolding himself like some ancient machine waking from a long sleep. His legs, thick and powerful, pushed him up, lifting his massive body off the mud. He stood there, towering over me, a prehistoric monster with human eyes. And that rumble, it was coming from him. From deep inside his chest, a sound that was both animal and something else. Something mechanical almost, like gears grinding or stones scraping together in the dark. Fear, real fear, finally hit me. Not the healthy respect for a wild animal, but raw, primal terror. The kind that makes your legs weak and your stomach clench. The kind that tells you in no uncertain terms that you are in danger. Mortal danger. I wanted to run. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn and run, to scramble back to the airboat, to get out of there, to get away from those eyes. But my feet were rooted to the spot. Frozen. Paralyzed by fear. I couldn't move. Couldn't even breathe properly. Just stood there locked in that gaze. The gator, the thing, rose up before me. He took a step, then another. Slow, deliberate steps, each one sending tremors through the mud bank. He was moving towards me, not charging, not yet, but stalking, closing the distance. And those eyes, they never left mine. They were fixed on me, burning into me, reading, knowing me. The rumble deepened, turning into a low growl that vibrated in the air, in the water, in my very bones. And then he spoke, not with a gator's hiss or a roar, or any sound I'd ever associated with a reptile, but with a voice that was deep, resonant, ancient. A voice that sounded like stones grinding together, like the earth itself groaning. A voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Ranger Mike, the voice said. My name. He knew my name. How could he know my name? Gators don't talk. Gators don't know names. Gators don't have human eyes. You came closer than you should have, Ranger Mike. The voice continued. Each word was like a physical blow, hitting me in the chest, stealing my breath. You sought a better photo. You sought understanding. Understanding. Was that what I was seeking? Maybe in some stupid, reckless way, it was. But now, all I sought was escape. Escape from those eyes, from that voice, from the monstrous thing that stood before me. The truth is, Ranger Mike. The voice rumbled on, and now there was something else in it. Something amused, something mocking. The truth is, you are not meant to understand. He took another step closer. I could smell him now. That musky, primal scent, intensified, amplified, mixed with something else. Something metallic. Something old. Something wrong. Something that made my stomach churn. You patrol these lands, the voice said. You think you protect them. You think you understand their secrets. But you know nothing, Ranger Mike. Nothing. He was closed now. Too close. Close enough to see the individual teeth in his massive jaws. Teeth that were not just teeth, but rows of serrated blades, sharp and deadly. Close enough to see the gold flecks in those human eyes, burning like embers in the darkness of his gaze. The Everglades, they are older than you can imagine. The voice whispered, the sound wrapping around me, suffocating me. Older than your cities, older than your nations, older than your understanding. He lowered his head, bringing those eyes closer, closer, until they were just inches from my face. I could see myself reflected in those golden pupils, a tiny, terrified figure caught in the gaze of a monster. And they hold secrets, Ranger Mike. The voice hissed, the sound like dry leaves rustling in a graveyard. Secrets that are not for you to know. Secrets that bite back. And then, those eyes, they changed again. The human intelligence, the ancient knowing, the predatory coldness, they all seemed to recede, to fade, to be replaced by something else. Something blank. Something empty. Something ravenous. The gold in the eyes flared, then consumed the pupils entirely. And in that moment, they were no longer human eyes. They were something else. Something other. Something hungry. And they were fixed on me, Not with intelligence, not with recognition, but with pure, unadulterated hunger. The rumble turned into a snarl, the growl became a roar, and the gator lunged. The world exploded in a roar of teeth and swamp stink. I flinched back, a scream tearing from my throat, but it was too late. The gator's jaws snapped shut around my leg, the force of it like being hit by a truck. Pain, white, hot, and blinding, shot up my leg, and I was thrown backwards, crashing into the murky water. Cold shock of the swamp enveloped me, but it was nothing compared to the burning agony in my leg. I thrashed, instinctively trying to pull away, but those jaws were locked tight. Teeth like razors sank deeper, tearing flesh and muscle. The world was a chaos of thrashing water, roaring pain, and the monstrous shape of the gator looming over me. Those eyes, they were still there, even as the pain threatened to overwhelm me. No longer human, no longer intelligent, just gold. Burning empty gold, filled with a hunger that went beyond simple predation. It was a hunger for something else. Something deeper. Something spiritual, almost. Like it wasn't just my flesh it wanted. I clawed at the mud, trying to get purchase, to drag myself away, but the gator was too strong. He shook his head, a brutal, bone-jarring motion that sent fresh waves of agony through my leg. I could feel the bones grinding, the tendons tearing. My vision swam, the edges blurring, threatened to fade to black. Secrets. The voice rumbled again, closer now, impossibly close, seeming to vibrate from inside my own skull. Secrets bite back. He started to drag me, pulling me deeper into the water, away from the mud bank, away from the airboat, away from any hope of escape. The sawgrass whipped past my face, sharp and unforgiving. The water closed over my head for a moment, choking me, filling my lungs with the full taste of the swamp. I fought desperately, clawing, kicking, screaming. But it was like trying to fight a force of nature. He was inexorable, relentless, ancient. Just as blackness threatened to claim me, he stopped. Pulled me up, half out of the water, my mangled leg dangling uselessly. He held me there, suspended, those golden eyes burning into mine, the monstrous head looming inches from my face. You wanted to know the truth, Ranger Mike. The voice whispered, the sound like the rustling of dry bones. No, you will learn. And then he opened his mouth. Wider than any gator's mouth should open. Wider than seemed physically possible. The jaws unhinged, stretching, distorting, revealing a cavernous darkness within. Rows upon rows of teeth, not just the outer rows, but inner rows, spiraling inwards into the blackness, teeth that were not just teeth, but something else. Something wrong. Something unnatural. From that gaping maw, something started to emerge. Not just air. Not just the stench of decay, but something more. A darkness, a tangible darkness, that seemed to pour out of the gator's throat. A black mist that writhed and pulsed. Coiling and uncoiling like smoke, but thicker, denser alive. It flowed towards me, that darkness, tendrils of it reaching out, caressing my face, my skin like icy fingers. And as it touched me, the pain in my leg faded, replaced by something else, something colder, something deeper. Images flooded ancient my mind. Not my thoughts, not my memories, but visions. Scenes flashing before my eyes, too fast to grasp, too overwhelming to comprehend. Swamps, but not the Everglades. Swamps older, vaster, stretching back into the mists of time. Creatures moving in those swamps, creatures that were not gators, not animals, not anything I recognized. Shapes shifting in the shadows, whispers echoing in the silence, eyes watching from the depths, and then faces, human faces, but twisted, distorted, corrupted. Faces contorted in agony, in ecstasy, in something beyond human comprehension. Faces that were not just faces, but masks. Masks worn by something else. Something ancient and powerful and hungry. The darkness pulsed, and the visions intensified. I saw cities rise and fall, empires crumble to dust. Civilizations bloom and wither like flowers in the sun. I saw wars fought, gods worshipped, sacrifices made. And through it all, in every age, in every place, in every shadow, those eyes. Golden eyes watching, waiting, feeding. The truth it was pouring into me, through that black mist, through those monstrous jaws into my very soul. The truth about the Everglades. The truth about the gators. The truth about everything. And it was a truth that was not meant for human minds. A truth that was too vast, too old, too terrible to bear. I understood now. The gators, they weren't just animals. They were vessels, hosts, for something else. Something that had been here long before them, long before us, long before even the swamp itself. Something that dwelled in the darkness, in the depths, in the ancient heart of this place. Something that used the gators as puppets, as masks, to watch, to wait, to feed. And those eyes, those human eyes I had seen, they weren't human at all. They were reflections. Glimmers of the consciousness of the thing inside. The thing that wore the gator's skin like a suit. The thing that had spoken to me with that ancient, grinding voice. The thing that was now consuming me. The darkness intensified, pressing in on me, suffocating me, filling me with its cold, ancient presence. My own thoughts, my own memories, started to fade, to blur, to be overwritten by something else. Something vast and alien and hungry. My body went numb. The pain in my leg disappeared completely, replaced by a strange lightness, a detachment, like I was floating, drifting away from myself, watching from a distance as something else took over. The gator's jaws loosened, and I slipped from his grasp, falling back into the water. But I didn't sink. I floated, weightless, drifting on the surface, staring up at the hazy sky, as the darkness continued to pour into me, consuming me, transforming me. The last thing I saw, before my own eyes faded, before my own consciousness was extinguished, was the gator. He was still there on the mud bank, watching, but the golden eyes were gone, replaced by the cold black, reptilian stare I had always known. The mask was back in place. The puppet was ready for its next performance, and as the darkness swallowed me whole, I understood the final truth. The truth that the Everglades had whispered to me in that ancient, grinding voice. The truth that the gator's eyes had revealed. The truth that was no mine. The truth was Ranger Mike was no more. He was assumed, replaced by something else. Something that wore his skin like a suit. Something that would walk these trails, patrol these waters, wear the green uniform, speak with his voice. But it wouldn't be him, not anymore. It would be something other. Something ancient and powerful and hungry. Something that now wore the mask of Ranger Mike. And it would continue to patrol the Everglades, watching, waiting, for the next unsuspecting soul to stray too close, to seek a better photo, to seek understanding. Because the secrets of the swamp, they bite back. And sometimes they swallow you whole. And sometimes they wear your skin and walk in your place. And sometimes they look at you with your own eyes and smile. A smile that is not yours. A smile that is ancient and cold and hungry. The smile of the Everglades itself. And that is the truth. The Everglades is quiet today. The sun shines. The birds sing. Ranger Mike is on patrol. Everything is normal. Everything is as it should be. But if you look closely, if you look really closely, into Ranger Mike's eyes, you might see something flicker there. Something golden. And if you listen very carefully, when he speaks, you might hear, just for a moment, a whisper of something else. Something ancient, something cold, something hungry. The whisper of the swamp itself. And then you'll understand the truth, and it will be too late. Call me Emily. It's just a name, and names are funny things out here in Acadia National Park. They feel less solid, less important. Out here, you're more defined by what you do, by the green uniform you pull on every morning, by the weight of the radio on your hip, and the worm map tucked into your pocket. I'm a park ranger, been one for 5 years now, and Acadia has been my beat for all of them. I know these woods like the back of my hand, every twist of the trails, every babbling brook, every ancient, gnarled tree that looks like it's been whispering secrets to the wind for centuries. People come here for the beauty, for the rugged coastline, the granite peaks, the deep, shadowed forests that seem to breathe with a life all their own. And it is beautiful, breathtaking even. On a clear day, standing atop Cadillac Mountain, you can see forever, the Atlantic stretching out like a shimmering blue cloth, dotted with islands that look like emeralds scattered on velvet. But beauty here has a sharp edge. It's wild beauty, untamed, and indifferent to the soft, fragile humans who wander into it. We rangers were the guardians of this place. We guide the lost, patch up the scraped knees, and sometimes, when things go really wrong, we're the thin line between the oblivious tourists and the raw power of nature. Most days it's routine. Directing traffic, answering questions about trail difficulty, reminding people not to feed the wildlife, and no matter how cute those chipmunks look. But then there are days like today. Days when the beauty turns menacing, when the air itself seems to thicken and press down on you when the fog rolls in. Acadia fog is legendary. It's not like the gentle mists you get in some places. This is thick, cloying stuff, white as bone and just as cold. It creeps in off the ocean, silent and relentless, swallowing everything in its path. One minute you can see for miles, the next, the world shrinks down to a bubble of gray around you. Visibility drops to near zero, trails vanish, and even the familiar landmarks become ghostly shapes in the swirling whiteness. Protocol is clear. When the fog rolls in, you stay put. You find shelter, you hunker down, and you wait it out. It's not just about getting lost, though that's a real danger. It's about something else, something harder to define. Something about the way the fog changes things, the way it muffles sounds, distorts distances, and plays tricks on your senses. It's like the park itself holds its breath, waiting for something unseen to pass. But today, protocol went out the window. Today, there was a rescue. A call came in just as the first tendrils of fog were snaking through the trees. A hiker, a young woman named Sarah Jenkins, had strayed off trail near Jordan Pond hours ago. Now, lost, disoriented, and reportedly injured, she was out there, somewhere in the gathering gloom. My radio crackled with the details, the dispatcher's voice tight with urgency. "Emily, we need you to respond. Closest ranger to the reported location. Fog's thickening fast. We're losing daylight. Get to her, Emily, ASAP. ASAP. That word hung in the air, heavy as the fog itself. Every ranger knows the golden hour, that critical window after someone goes missing when the chances of a successful rescue are highest. And the clock was ticking. My gut clenched. Protocol screamed at me to stay put, to wait for the fog to lift, to call for backup, to do anything but plunge headfirst into that white abyss. But Sarah Jenkins was out there, hurt, scared, alone. And every minute I hesitated. Every minute I waited for the fog to decide to cooperate was a minute less she had. Damn protocol. Damn the fog. Damn everything but the urgent need to get to her. I grabbed my gear, the familiar weight of my pack settling on my shoulders, a small comfort in the rising panic. Map, compass, first aid kit, extra layers, water, radio, the ranger's essentials. I checked them automatically, my mind already racing ahead, picturing Sarah, lost and vulnerable in the fog-choked woods. The trailhead was deserted, the usual bustle of hikers gone, replaced by an eerie silence broken only by the sigh of the wind through the trees and the distant moan of the foghorn out on the coast. The fog was a solid wall now, pressing in from all sides, the air thick with moisture and the smell of damp earth and pine needles. Taking a deep breath, I stepped onto the trail, the fog swallowing me whole. The familiar path vanished almost immediately. The world reduced to a few feet of blurry gray around me. My boots crunched on the gravel, the sound echoing strangely in the stillness. I pulled out my compass, its needle spinning wildly for a moment before settling, pointing me deeper into the woods. Ranger Emily to dispatch, commencing search for Jenkins. Fog is extremely dense, visibility near zero. Proceeding with caution. My voice sounded strained even to my own ears, swallowed by the fog as soon as the words left my lips. Dispatch copies, Ranger Emily. Be advised, fog advisory upgraded to severe. All other personnel are grounded. You are primary search and rescue asset. Proceed with extreme caution. And Emily, be safe. Be safe. A hollow reassurance in this suffocating white world. Safety felt like a distant memory, a concept that didn't quite apply in this place at this time. I pushed on following the compass, my senses straining, trying to pierce the fog. Every shadow seemed to shift, every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps, every snap of a twig made me jump. The woods felt different in the fog, alien, hostile. The friendly, familiar park had transformed into something else, something watchful and waiting. After what felt like hours, though it was probably only an hour or so, I started to notice something different. The trees seemed to be closer together here, their branches intertwining overhead, forming a dense canopy that blocked out even the faint, diffused light that filtered through the fog. The air grew colder, heavier, and the smell of pine needles was replaced by something else, something earthy, musky, and faintly sweet, like decaying leaves and something else I couldn't quite place. And then I saw it. Through the swirling fog, a shape began to coalesce, a dark outline against the gray. At first, I thought it was just a cluster of trees, a particularly dense thicket. But as I got closer, the shape resolved itself, becoming clearer. A building, and then another, and another. Buildings, in the middle of the woods. Buildings that weren't on any map. Buildings that I had never seen before in all my years patrolling this park. My heart pounded in my chest, a cold knot of unease tightening in my stomach. This wasn't possible. There were no settlements, no villages, no structures of any kind this deep in the park. Acadia was wilderness, protected land. Yet here they were, huddled together in the fog, like secrets whispered in the woods, a cluster of buildings forming what looked like a village. A village that wasn't supposed to exist. A village hidden in the fog, waiting to be found. And I, foolishly ignoring protocol, driven by a desperate need to rescue a lost hiker, had stumbled right into its silent, unsettling embrace. The fog swirled around me, thicker than ever, as I took my first hesitant step towards the village, the radio on my hip crackling with static, Sarah Jenkins' name a distant echo in my mind, replaced by a new, chilling question, what have I found? And what have I walked into? The first building I reached was small as squat. Dark shape huddled against the fog like a frightened animal. It looked older than anything I'd seen in the park, built of rough-hewn timbers that were almost black with age and dampness. Moss clung to the walls like a shroud, and the roof sagged under the weight of years and neglect. There were no windows, just a single, low doorway that seemed to swallow the meager light filtering through the fog. As I moved closer, other buildings emerged from the swirling gray, each as dilapidated and unsettling as the first. They were scattered haphazardly, with no apparent plan or order, connected by narrow, muddy paths that wound between them like dark veins. No lights shone from any of the buildings. No smoke curled from any chimneys. The village was utterly silent, devoid of any sound except the soft sighing of the wind and the muffled crunch of my boots on the path. It was the silence that was most unnerving. Villages, even abandoned ones, have a kind of echo of life about them. A faint whisper of human presence lingers in the air. But here there was nothing. Just an oppressive, heavy silence that seemed to press down on my eardrums, making my own heartbeat sound deafeningly loud in my ears. I hesitated at the edge of the village, my hand instinctively reaching for the radio on my hip. Dispatch Ranger Emily. I've located a structure. Possible settlement. Location is grid coordinates standby. My fingers fumbled with the GPS unit, trying to get a fix in the dense fog. The screen flickered, struggling to lock onto a signal. Dispatch. Coordinates unreliable. I'm in an unmapped location. Appears to be a village, requesting confirmation. Is there any record of a settlement this deep in Acadia? Static crackled back, followed by a long, unnerving silence. Then the dispatcher's voice, laced with static and a hint of something elsey uncertainty. Ranger Emily, dispatch copies. Negative confirmation on any settlements within Acadia National Park boundaries, especially not in your reported vicinity. Are you certain of your location? Fog conditions are severe. Possible visual distortion. A visual distortion, that's what they were going with. Easier to explain away a ranger's misperception than to acknowledge the impossible. But I knew what I was seeing. Buildings, a village, and it was here. Dispatch, I am certain of my location. I am physically standing in what appears to be a village. Structures are primitive. No signs of recent habitation. But there is a presence here. Requesting instructions. I swallowed hard, the word instructions feeling weak and inadequate in the face of his unsettling discovery. What instructions could they possibly give me? Investigate the village that doesn't exist. Make contact with the non-existent villagers. The silence from dispatch stretched on, broken only by the hiss of static. Finally, the dispatcher's voice returned, tight-clipped. Ranger Emily dispatches consulting. Stand by. Repeat stand by. Do not engage. Maintain visual observation only. Do not engage. Engage. The words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken warning. But engage with what? With empty buildings, with the silence, with the fog itself. Ignoring the uneasy feeling crawling up my spine, I decided to proceed cautiously. Sarah Jenkins was still out there. And maybe, just maybe, someone in this strange village had seen her, knew something. It was a long shot, a desperate one, but desperation was all I had left. I moved deeper into the village, the muddy path squelching under my boots. The buildings loomed closer, their dark shapes pressing in on me. I passed a few more structures, each as dilapidated and silent as the first. A few were slightly larger, almost like houses, with crudely fashioned doors hanging askew on rusted hinges. One had a collapsed roof, revealing a gaping hole that stared at the sky like a vacant eye. And then I saw movement. A flicker of motion at the edge of my vision, a shifting shadow in the fog. I froze, my hand instinctively going to the pepper spray on my belt, my senses on high alert. Something was here. Something was moving. Slowly, cautiously, I turned my head, scanning the fog, shrouded space between two buildings. And then I saw them. Figures. Standing motionless in the fog, their forms indistinct and blurry in the swirling mist. There were several of them, scattered throughout the village, near doorways, at the corners of buildings, standing in the middle of the paths. They were tall, thin shapes, vaguely human in outline, but wrong. Something about their stillness, their posture, their very presence was deeply, profoundly wrong. They didn't move. They didn't speak. They just stood there, silent, motionless, watching me. Or at least, I assumed they were watching me. It was impossible to tell in the fog, impossible to discern any features, any faces, any expressions. They were just shapes. Dark, silent shapes in the white fog. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the oppressive silence of the village. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through my professional composure. This wasn't right. This wasn't natural. These weren't people. Not in the way I understood people. Taking a deep breath, trying to force my remain steady, I called out, "Hello. Is anyone there?" Park Ranger Emily. "I'm looking for a lost hiker. Have you seen a young woman?" Answers to the name Sarah Jenkins. My voice echoed strangely in the fog, bouncing off the silent buildings, swallowed by the oppressive stillness. The figures didn't react. They remained motionless, silent, unblinking. It was like I hadn't spoken at all. I took a step closer to the nearest figure, my hand still hovering near my pepper spray. As I moved, the figure shifted slightly, turning its head towards me. The movement was jerky, unnatural, like a puppet being manipulated by clumsy strings, and then I saw it more clearly. The figure's face, or what should have been its face. It was pale, almost translucent like wax, stretched taut over bone. The features were indistinct, blurred, as if they were still forming, still solidifying. The eyes were dark, deep, set pits, and they seemed to glisten, not with tears, but with something else, something wet. A wave of nausea washed over me, a primal revulsion that went beyond fear. This wasn't human. This was something else entirely, something that defied categorization, something that violated the natural order of things. I repeated, my voice weaker this time, laced with a tremor I couldn't control. Can you help me? I'm looking for someone." The figure tilted its head again, the jerky movement making my stomach churn. And then it spoke. Or rather, it made a sound. A low, guttural rasp, like stones grinding together, like air being forced through a constricted throat. It wasn't language, not in any way I understood it. It was just sound. Unpleasant, unsettling, and deeply, profoundly wrong. The other figures began to stir then, shifting, turning, their faceless faces all directed towards me. The village, which had been silent and still, was no awakening. And the awakening felt like a threat. Panic clawed at my throat, choking off my breath. Sarah Jenkins was forgotten, lost in the rising tide of terror. My rescue mission had become something else entirely, something far more dangerous, far more terrifying. I was no longer a ranger on a rescue. I was an intruder in a place I shouldn't be, surrounded by beings I couldn't comprehend. Dispatch's warning echoed in my mind, "Do not engage. Do not engage." But it was too late for that. I was engaged, trapped, and the village in the mist, was closing in. The guttural sound echoed again, closer this time, emanating from the figure directly in front of me. It shuffled forward, its jerky movements even more pronounced now, like a broken automaton struggling to life. The other figures followed suit. A slow, silent procession of unnatural shapes emerging from the fog, converging on me. I backed away instinctively, my boots slipping on the muddy path, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "Stay back," I managed to croak, my voice trembling despite my attempts to sound authoritative. "I'm a park ranger. You need to stop." The figures ignored me, their silent advance relentless. They moved with a strange, shuffling gait, their limbs seemingly disjointed, their bodies swaying slightly as they walked. It was like watching a collection of poorly assembled mannequins come to life, their movements lacking fluidity, lacking grace, lacking anything recognizably human. As they drew closer, Details became sharper, clearer, and even more horrifying. Their skin wasn't just pale, it was grayish, almost translucent in places, revealing the dark shapes of veins beneath the surface. Their clothes were ragged, tattered things, made of coarse, dark fabric that looked like it had been woven from plant fibers and dirt. And their faces, the faces were the worst. The features were indeed blurred, indistinct, but not in a way that suggested incompleteness. It was more like they were melting, like wax left too close to a flame. Eyes, noses, mouths, they were all there, but distorted, stretched, and pulled into grotesque parodies of human features. In those eyes, those deep, set, glistening pits, I realized then what the wetness was. It wasn't tears, it was mucus. Thick, viscous mucus that oozed from the corners of their eyes, coating the lower lids and clinging to the pale skin. The smell intensified, the earthy, musky sweetness now overpowering, laced with a new, acrid note that made my nostrils burn. It was the smell of decay, of damp earth, of something festering. The air itself seemed to vibrate with it, thick and cloying, making it hard to breathe. Panic seized me, a cold, paralyzing wave that washed away all semblance of reason and training. Sarah Jenkins was gone from my mind completely. Rescue was no longer a possibility. Survival was the only thing that mattered now. I fumbled for my pepper spray, my fingers clumsy and numb with fear. I managed to get it out, my thumb hovering over the trigger, my arm shaking uncontrollably. "Stay back," I yelled again, my voice cracking, the pepper spray a pathetic defense against whatever these things were. The figures kept coming, their silent procession unbroken, their distorted faces expressionless, their movements jerky and unnatural. They were closed now, surrounding me, a ring of gray, decaying shapes closing in. The fog seemed to thicken around them, swirling and eddying, as if the village itself was exhaling this unnatural mist, using it to conceal and protect its inhabitants. One of the figures reached out a hand, a long, thin hand with fingers that were too long, too spindly, tipped with nails that were thick and yellowed like claws. The skin on the hand was stretched and cracked, revealing glimpses of something dark and fibrous beneath. I recoiled, spraying the pepper spray blindly, a wide arc of orange mist erupting in front of me. The figure recoiled too, its guttural rasp turning into a higher-pitched, wheezing sound. It stumbled back, its hand clutching at its face, its jerky movements coming even more erratic. For a moment, I thought it might work. That the pepper spray, a tool designed for human threats, might be effective against these things. But then, the fog shifted, the orange mist dissipating quickly in the dense air, and the figure lowered its hand, its glistening eyes fixed on me once more. The pepper spray had done nothing, or worse, it had only irritated them. The figures resumed their advance, closing the circle, their silence now broken by the wheezing rasp of the figure I had sprayed and the low, guttural sounds of the others. The air grew colder, the smell more intense. The oppressive silence replaced by a chorus of unnatural sounds that scraped against my sanity. I was trapped, surrounded, and I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that these things weren't going to let me leave. This village, this hidden place in the fog, was not a place of rescue. It was a place of something else. Something ancient, something hungry, something utterly, terrifyingly alien. Desperation lent me a burst of adrenaline. I turned and ran blindly, crashing through the undergrowth, ignoring the twisting paths, ignoring the buildings looming on either side. I just ran, putting as much distance as possible between myself and those figures, between myself and that village. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my uniform, my boots sank into the mud, slowing me down. But I kept running, fueled by pure unadulterated terror, the guttural sounds of the villagers echoing behind me, spurring me on. I didn't know where I was going, didn't care. Just away. Away from the village, away from the fog, away from the truth that was beginning to dawn on me. A truth more horrifying than anything I could have imagined. The truth of Acadia's hidden heart. The truth of the fog's silent embrace. The truth of the villagers in the mist. The truth was in the smell, in the silence, in the unnatural movements, in the melting faces, in the glistening eyes. The truth was in the age of the buildings, in their dilapidated state, in their utter lack of human warmth or life. The truth was this wasn't a village. Not in the way I understood villages. This was something else, something older, something ground. This wasn't a settlement built by people, it was an organism, a living thing, formed of wood and earth and fog, mimicking the shape of a village, luring the lost and unwary into its silent, suffocating embrace. And the villagers, they weren't people either. They were extensions of the organism, animated parts of the whole, puppets controlled by some unseen, unknowable that resided at the heart of this living village. And I, Emily, park ranger, foolishly ignoring protocol, driven by misplaced heroism, had stumbled into its maw. I had become entangled in its web of fog and decay, and now it was closing in, drawing me deeper, pulling me into its silent, living embrace. The guttural sounds were closer now, the wheezing rasp right behind me. I could feel their presence, their cold, unnatural aura, reaching out, grasping for me. The fog was all around, thick and white, and in the distance, through the swirling mist, I could see the dark shapes of the buildings, the silent, watchful eyes of the village, waiting to claim me as its own. And as I ran, as the living village pursued, as the truth of Acadia's hidden heart closed in, a single, chilling thought echoed in my mind, a thought colder and more terrifying than the fog itself. Sarah Jenkins wasn't lost. She was taken. And now, so was I. They call it Death Valley for a reason, you know. It's not just some catchy nickname dreamt up by marketing folks to sell t-shirts. It's a stark, brutal reality baked into every grain of sand, every sun-scorched rock, every whisper of wind that feels more like a furnace blast than a breeze. I'm Ranger Ben, and this is my office. Or at least it was. For 5 years now, I've been patrolling this desolate expanse, a tiny speck of khaki and Stetson against a canvas of ochre and blinding blue. 5 years of sunrises that paint the mountains in impossible shades of purple and orange, and sunsets that bleed across the sky like a dying fire. 5 years of the silence so profound it rings in your ears, broken only by the occasional screech of a hawk or the rattle of a sidewinder. 5 years of the heat, the relentless, bone-deep heat that seeps into everything, making the air shimmer and your thoughts sluggish. You learn to respect the heat in Death Valley. You learn to live with it, to work around it, to fear it. Heat exhaustion isn't just a possibility out here. It's a constant companion, a lurking shadow ready to pounce when you least expect it. It can make you hallucinate, make you dizzy, make you dough well, make you do crazy things. And that's the only way I can even begin to explain what happened. It was last Tuesday, I think. Or maybe Wednesday. Days kind of blur together out here when the sun's beating down, and the only thing marking time is the dwindling water in your canteen. I was off-roading, checking on some remote trails, making sure some city slicker hadn't gotten their rental SUV stuck in a wash they had no business being in. It's a routine patrol, something I've done 100 times, 1,000 times. But this time was different. I'd veered off the main track, following a faint, almost invisible trail that I'd never noticed before. Curiosity, maybe. Or maybe the heat was already getting to me, whispering suggestions in my ear. The trail wound deeper into the valley, past towering dunes that looked like frozen waves, past canyons carved by ancient floods, past landscapes so alien they felt like another planet. And then I saw it, a spring, in Death Valley. It seemed impossible, a mirage in the shimmering heat. But there it was, nestled in a small alcove of rock, a pool of water no bigger than a bathtub, surrounded by a surprising patch of green. It was isolated, utterly alone in the vast emptiness, like a secret the desert had been guarding for millennia. My canteen was almost empty. The sun was a hammer pounding on my skull. Logic, common sense, years of ranger training, all of it seemed to evaporate in the heat. Just a sip, I told myself. Just enough to wet my lips. I parked the Jeep, engine ticking in the silence, and walked towards the spring. The air around it felt different. Cooler, yes, but also charged. Static, like right before a lightning storm, but without the clouds. The water itself was crystal clear, reflecting the harsh sky like a mirror. But there was something else, something beneath the surface, a faint shimmer, a subtle movement that wasn't quite natural. Ignoring the nagging voice in the back of my head, the one screaming, "Don't be an idiot, Ben." I knelt down and cupped my hands. The water was surprisingly cold, shockingly so against the scorching air. I brought it to my lips, hesitated for a second, then drank. The taste, it was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Metallic, yes, like licking a rusty pipe, but also alive, vibrant. It tingled on my tongue, sent a strange, almost electric jolt through my senses. It wasn't unpleasant, not exactly, but it was unsettling. I drank deeper than I intended, driven by a thirst that felt deeper than just dehydration. When I pulled back, gasping slightly, the desert seemed to sharpen. The colors became more intense, the shadows deeper, the silence heavier. I blinked, rubbed my eyes thinking it was just the heat playing tricks. But it wasn't. The Joshua trees in the distance, those spindly, darked. Seuss-looking things, they seemed taller, their branches more twisted, their silhouettes against the sky more menacing. And the sand, the endless expanse of sand, it wasn't just sand anymore. It was shifting. Not in the wind, blown way of dunes, but subtly, organically, like something breathing beneath the surface. I shook my head, telling myself it was just the heat, just dehydration, just the strange water playing tricks on my taste buds. I refilled my canteen from the spring, against my better judgment, I admit, and climbed back into the Jeep, eager to get back to the ranger station, to the familiar normalcy of radio chatter and lukewarm coffee. But as I drove, the different things didn't fade. They intensified. The mountains in the distance seemed to move. Not physically, not like they were walking, but their shapes seemed to subtly shift, to morph, to arrange themselves against the skyline. And the shadows were behaving strangely. Lengthening, shortening, twisting into shapes that weren't quite right, shapes that hinted at things. I glanced in the rearview mirror, catching my own reflection. My eyes, they looked different, wider, somehow more open. And there was a flicker in them, a spark of something I didn't recognize, something ancient. By the time I reached the station, the sun was beginning to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in those fairy hues I usually found beautiful. But tonight, the colors felt aggressive, threatening, and the silence, the familiar desert silence, it was no longer empty. It was listening, waiting. I parked the Jeep, feeling a tremor of unease crawl up my spine. The ranger station, usually a comforting beacon of civilization in the vast wilderness, felt exposed, vulnerable, like a tiny island in a suddenly vast and turbulent sea. Walking towards the station, I noticed something else. The desert plants, the hardy creosote bushes and cacti that dotted the landscape around the building, they were vibrating. Not visibly, not with any sound, but I could feel it, a subtle hum in the air, a tremor in the ground beneath my boots. And they weren't just vibrating randomly, they were pulsing. In unison, like a vast, silent heartbeat echoing across the valley. I reached the door of the station, my hand hovering over the handle. Inside, I knew, would be the familiar fluorescent lights, the smell of stale coffee, the comforting drone of the radio, safety, normalcy. But something held me back, a feeling, deep in my gut, that stepping through that door would be wrong. That the different things I was seeing, the different things I was feeling, were not just hallucinations, not just heat stroke. That they were real. And that they were just the beginning. The desert was changing. And somehow, impossibly, I knew the metallic taste of that strange spring had something to do with it. I had made a wrong decision back there in the wilderness. And now, I was about to face the truth. Whatever that truth might be. And I had a terrible feeling it wasn't going to be pretty. Hesitantly, I pushed open the door to the ranger station. The familiar scent of dust, stale coffee, and disinfectant wafted out, usually a comforting aroma after a long day in the desert. But tonight it felt thin, weak, like a fragile shield against something far more potent lurking just outside. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a harsh, clinical glow in the small office. Usually, I found this light sterile but reassuringly normal. Now it seemed to flicker and waver at the edges, as if struggling to hold back a deeper, more pervasive darkness. Inside, Ranger Miller was hunched over the radio console, his back to me. Miller. I said, my voice sounding oddly distant to my own ears, like it was coming from someone else. He didn't respond, just kept his head down, his shoulders slightly hunched, his attention fixed on the radio. Miller, you there? I repeated a little louder this time. Still nothing. He was usually all over the radio, a chatterbox even when there was nothing to report. This silence was wrong. I walked further into the room, my boots echoing too loudly on the linoleum floor, each step amplifying the unsettling quiet. Miller, it's Ben. You okay? I reached out and touched his shoulder. It was stiff, rigid like wood. He flinched, a jerky, unnatural movement, and slowly, agonizingly slowly, turned his head His eyes, they were wide, unblinking, fixed on something unseen beyond the wall. They were milky. Not literally milk white, but clouded over. The pupils dilated to pinpricks, the irises a faded, washed out blue. They looked blind. But I knew he wasn't. He was seeing something. Something I couldn't. Yet. Miller, I said again, my voice barely a whisper now. What is it? What do you see? He didn't answer with words. Instead, a low, guttural sound rumbled from his chest, a sound that was not human, not animal, but something else. It vibrated in the air, a deep, resonant hum that mirrored the pulsing vibration I'd felt from the desert plants outside. Then he moved. Not like a normal person, not with fluid, natural motion. His limbs jerked, his body twisted, his head lolled at an unnatural angle. He moved like a puppet with tangled strings, controlled by an unseen, clumsy hand. He turned to face me fully, and I recoiled. His face, it was still Miller's face, technically. The same weathered features, the same thinning gray hair, the same slightly crooked nose. But it was wrong. Distorted like a wax mask melting in the heat. His skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over his bones. And his mouth was stretched too, pulled wider than humanly possible, forming a grotesque silent grin that revealed teeth that were too long, too sharp, too numerous. And in the center of that stretched, unnatural grin, something moved. A flicker of darkness, a glimpse of something inside. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. I stumbled back, knocking over a chair, the clatter echoing like a gunshot in the oppressive silence. Miller, or whatever it was that was wearing Miller's skin, continued to stare at me with those milky, unseeing eyes, the guttural hum vibrating from its chest. Miller, what happened to you? I managed to croak out, my ranger training battling against the rising tide of pure primal terror. It tilted its head, that jerky, puppet-like motion again, and the sound from its chest shifted, morphing, changing. It became words. Not spoken words, not in the way humans speak, but formed sound. Shaped vibrations that resonated directly in my skull, bypassing my ears entirely. Different, the sound echoed in my mind, cold and alien. We are different now. The words weren't Miller's voice, not even close. They were plural. Like a chorus of voices speaking as one, layered and dissonant, yet somehow unified. And they resonated with the same metallic tang I tasted in the spring water. You are different too, Ranger Ben. The voice continued, the sound vibrating through my bones now, making my teeth edge. You drank the water, you understand. I didn't understand. Not really. But a cold dread was beginning to seep into my understanding. A chilling certainty that whatever was happening was far beyond anything I could comprehend, anything ranger training could prepare me for. What is this? I stammered, my hand instinctively reaching for the sidearm on my hip. A futile gesture I knew even as I made it. Guns weren't going to help against this. Truth. The voice resonated, the sound deepening, becoming more resonant, more ancient. The desert is truth. You see truly now. Miller, the thing in Miller's skin, took a step towards me, the jerky, unnatural gait, and as it moved, I saw it. Not just saw it, but perceived it. The air around it wasn't just air anymore. It was layered, veiled. Like reality itself was peeling back, revealing something underneath, something complex. And within those layers, within those veils, I saw things, glimpses. Flickers. Shapes that defied description. Geometries that shouldn't exist. Colors that burned with an inner light. They were superimposed on reality, existing alongside it, yet separate, alien, impossibly vast. And they were aware, watching, waiting. The radio console behind Miller, no, not Miller, it began to crackle and hiss. Not with static, not with the familiar white noise of empty airwaves, but with voices. Whispering voices, murmuring, chanting, echoing from somewhere beyond. The air in the room vibrated with them. The fluorescent lights flickered violently, and the metallic tang in the air intensified, becoming almost overpowering. Listen. The voice in my head resonated, the sound now a deafening chorus. The desert speaks. It shows what is. Join us, Ranger Ben. See truly. Become different. The voices from the radio console grew louder, more insistent, weaving together into a chaotic, dissonant symphony. And as they swelled, as the vibrations intensified, as the layers of reality peeled further back, I began to see more. Not just glimpses, not just flickers, but forms. Shapes resolving themselves from the chaotic undercurrent of reality. They were tall, impossibly tall, stretching up into the flickering fluorescent lights, their forms elongated, angular, composed of those impossible geometries, those burning colors. They were slender yet vast, delicate yet immense, present yet not quite there. Like shadows given form, echoes given substance, nightmares made real. And they were reaching for me. Not with physical hands, not in any way I could understand, but with intent. With a silent, overwhelming pull. A beckoning towards something. Something beyond understanding, beyond sanity, beyond everything I had ever known. Fear, cold and paralyzing, finally gripped me. This wasn't heat stroke. This wasn't hallucination. This was something else. Something ancient, something vast, something terrifyingly real. And it was here, in Death Valley. And it was changing everything. Starting with me. I knew with a chilling certainty that if I stayed in that room, if I let those voices, those shapes, that thing in Miller's skin get any closer, I would become different too. And different, in this new, horrifying reality, meant something far worse than death. It meant assimilation, absorption, becoming part of something vast and alien and utterly, terrifyingly other. My ranger training, that ingrained instinct for survival, finally kicked in. Forget understanding, forget questions. Forget everything except one primal, overriding imperative escape. I turned and ran. Back through the door, back into the desert night, back into the silence that was no longer silent, back into the darkness that was no longer empty. I ran as fast as my legs could carry me, away from the ranger station, away from Miller, away from the voices, away from the truth the desert had shown me, praying desperately that I wasn't already too late, praying that the metallic taste of truth hadn't already poisoned me beyond redemption, praying that Ranger Ben, the man I thought I was, wasn't already gone. I didn't stop running until my lungs burned and my legs screamed in protest. The ranger station, with its flickering lights and echoing voices, receded behind me, swallowed by the vast, indifferent darkness of Death Valley. But even as I fled, I knew I wasn't truly escaping. The metallic taste lingered on my tongue, the alien resonance still vibrated in my bones, and the different vision, that horrifying layering of realities, clung to my senses like a second skin. The desert night was alive, not with the familiar rustlings and whispers of nocturnal creatures, but with something else. Something vast and silent and impossibly ancient. The pulsing vibration I'd felt near the ranger station was stronger here, out in the open, resonating through the sand, the rocks, the very air itself. It was a heartbeat, a colossal, subterranean pulse that throbbed in time with the chanting voices that still echoed in my mind. Looking back, I could see the ranger station as a faint glow on the horizon, a tiny point of light in an ocean of black, and around it I saw movement. Subtle, shifting forms against the starlight, elongated shapes that mirrored the ones I glimpsed inside the station. They were coming, they were pursuing, not with speed, not with overt aggression, but with a slow, inexorable advance, like the desert itself was rising up to claim me. I stumbled on, driven by adrenaline and a terror that transcended rational thought. I needed to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and them. But where could I go? Death Valley stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction, a labyrinth of canyon dunes and salt flats. There was no escape, not really. Only different shades of desolation. As I ran, the landscape continued to shift. The familiar landmarks, the towering dunes, the jagged peaks, seemed to rearrange themselves, to morph and twist into unfamiliar shapes. The stars overhead, usually a comforting constant in the desert night, seemed to flicker and distort, their patterns subtly changing, resolving into constellations I didn't recognize, arrangements that felt wrong. And the sand was the worst. It wasn't just sand anymore. It was breathing. I could feel it beneath my boots, a subtle give and take, a slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction, like the chest of some colossal, buried creature. And as I ran, I began to see movement within it, not just the wind-blown ripples of the surface, but deeper shifts, subterranean currents, shapes forming and dissolving beneath the fine grains. I risked a glance behind me again. The ranger station was further away now, a mere pinpoint of light. But the shapes pursuing me were closer, their elongated forms more distinct against the starlight. And they were faster than they seemed. They flowed across the landscape, not running, not walking, but gliding, their forms rippling and distorting as they moved, like shadows cast by impossible objects. And the voices, they were louder now, clearer, no longer just chanting, but calling my name. Ben, Ranger Ben, come back and join us, see the truth. The plural voice echoed in my mind, laced with a cold alien longing, a vast ancient hunger. And with the voices came visions, flickers of images, glimpses of scenes that flashed unbidden behind my eyes. Vast, cyclopean structures rising from endless deserts, cities built of impossible geometries, landscapes that defied earthly physics, populated by beings of pure shadow and light. They were beautiful in a terrifying, incomprehensible way, and they were beckoning, promising understanding, truth. But beneath the allure, beneath the promise of enlightenment, I sensed something else, something cold and empty and utterly devoid of humanity. A vast, indifferent consciousness that saw all of humanity, as nothing more than fleeting, insignificant sparks in the face of cosmic eternity. An assimilation into that consciousness, that truth, meant the annihilation of self, the erasure of everything that made me me. I stumbled, tripped over a rock hidden in the shifting sand, and fell hard, sprawling onto the cool desert floor. For a moment, I lay there, gasping for breath, the metallic taste in my mouth intensifying, the alien resonance throbbing through my body. The voices swelled, closer now, more insistent, the visions flashing more vividly behind my eyes. Resistance is pointless. Ranger Ben, the desert is all surrender sea. I looked up. The shapes were almost upon me, towering over me now, their elongated forms blotting out the starlight. They were close enough to touch, close enough to absorb, and in that moment, lying there in the breathing sand, staring up at those impossible shapes, I understood. The spring water, it wasn't just water. It was a conduit, a key, a doorway to something else. Something that had always been here, in Death Valley, beneath the surface, veiled by the illusion of reality. And the heat, the relentless, brutal heat, it wasn't just a natural phenomenon. It was a thinning of the veil, a weakening of the barrier between worlds. Death Valley wasn't just a desert. It was a threshold, a place where the boundaries between realities were thin, where the ancient alien truths of the cosmos could seep through. And I, Ranger Ben, fool that I was, had stumbled upon that threshold and drunk from its poisoned well. But even as despair threatened to engulf me, a spark of defiance flickered within. Ranger training, instinct, stubborn human will. I might be facing something incomprehensible, something ancient and vast and terrifying, but I wasn't going to surrender. Not without a fight. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain in my lungs and legs. I couldn't outrun them. I knew that now. But maybe I could hide. Maybe I could find some refuge, some place where their influence was weaker, where the veil was thicker. I scanned the landscape, my different vision now seeing not just the surface reality, but the layers beneath, the chaotic undercurrents, the superimposed shapes. And I saw it, a flicker of something, a disruption in the layered reality, a place where the veils seemed thicker. A cave nestled in the side of a distant canyon wall, almost invisible to normal sight, but clear as day in my altered perception. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was all I had. I turned and ran again, not away from the shapes this time, but towards the canyon, towards the faint flicker of resistance. The voices echoed in my mind, laced with a new note, a hint of frustration. No, Ranger Ben, do not resist, truth is inevitable. But I didn't listen. I ran fueled by terror and a desperate hope, towards the canyon, towards the cave, towards the last fragile chance of clinging to the remnants of my sanity, to the fading memory of who Ranger Ben used to be, before he tasted the metallic truth of Death Valley. Whether that chance was real, or just another hallucination born of the heat and the poisoned water, I didn't know. But in the face of the vast, indifferent darkness closing in, it was all I had left. And in Death Valley, sometimes hope, however fragile, is the only weapon you have against the terrors that breathe beneath the sand. My name is Jessica, and Yosemite National Park is my office. Not in a stuffy, fluorescent lit kind of way, but in the raw, breathtaking, occasionally terrifying kind of way. I'm a park ranger, and have been for the better part of a decade. People always romanticize it, you know. Oh, you get to be out in nature all day. And yeah, there are days when the sun filters through the giant sequoias just right, and the Merced River is sparkling like a ribbon of diamonds, and you feel like you're living in a postcard. Those are the days you remember to breathe deep and appreciate the quiet. But then there are the other days. The days when the wind howls like a banshee through the valley, and the granite cliffs seem to close in on you, and every rustle in the undergrowth makes your heart jump into your throat. Yosemite is beautiful undeniably, but it's also wild. Truly, deeply wild. It's a place where nature is in charge, and we're just visitors, temporary residents on loan. And sometimes, nature reminds you of that in ways that chill you to the bone. I didn't grow up dreaming of being a park ranger. Truth be told, I stumbled into it. I was drifting after college, working dead-end jobs, feeling like I was slowly suffocating in the city smog. My aunt, bless her adventurous soul, suggested I try a summer season in Yosemite. "You always loved the outdoors, Jess," she'd said. "Give it a shot. What do you have to lose?" Turns out, I had everything to gain. The moment I drove in the valley, surrounded by those colossal rock faces, I felt something shift inside me. It was like coming home to a place I'd never been before. The air was cleaner, the stars were brighter, and there was a sense of space. Space to breathe, space to think, space to just be. I started as seasonal staff, mostly dealing with crowds and giving directions. It wasn't glamorous, but it got me out there. I hiked every trail I could find on my days off, learned the names of the wildflowers, and started to understand the rhythms of the park. I watched the way the light changed on El Capitan throughout the day, listened to the evening chorus of the coyotes, and felt the ancient power of the place seep into my bones. Bear safety was part of the job from day one. It's drilled into you constantly, relentlessly. A fed bear is a dead bear, they tell us in training. Human food is beer poison. Lock up your coolers, your backpacks, everything with a scent. Bears are smart, they're strong, and they're always hungry. We learned about bear canisters, food lockers, proper food storage techniques. We practiced bear drills, learned to identify bear signs, and were given bear spray, just in case. It's not just about protecting the bears, though that's a huge part of it. It's about protecting people too. A bear that gets used to human food becomes a problem bear. They lose their natural fear of humans. They become bolder, more aggressive. And that's when incidents happen. Nobody wants to see a bear hurt, and nobody wants to be on the wrong end of a bear encounter. Over the years, I worked my way up. Seasonal to permanent, visitor services to law enforcement. Now I'm a full-fledged ranger, patrolling my own section of the park, responsible for everything from trail maintenance to search and rescue. I've seen a lot in my time here. I've helped lost hikers find their way, calmed down panicked tourists who got too close to wildlife, and even had to deal with a couple of actual bear incidents. Nothing too serious, thankfully. Mostly just bears getting into unattended picnic baskets or campsites where people were careless with their food. And that's the thing about bear safety in Yosemite. It works. If people follow the rules, if they're diligent and respectful, problems are rare. The Park Service has done a phenomenal job educating the public and providing the tools and infrastructure to coexist with these magnificent creatures. Food lockers are everywhere. Bear canisters are readily available, and rangers are constantly patrolling and educating. But the system isn't foolproof. And humans, well, we're not foolproof either. We get tired, we get distracted, we get complacent. And that's where mistakes happen. That's where I made my mistake. It was late summer, the tail end of the busy season. The days were still hot and long, but the nights were starting to get a chill to them. I was on patrol in a more remote section of the park, checking campsites, making sure everything was in order. It had been a long day, and honestly, I was starting to feel it. My feet were tired, my back ached, and my brain was starting to feel a little fuzzy. I pulled into a small, quiet campground tucked away in a grove of pines. Only a couple of sites were occupied, and everyone seemed to be settling in for the night. I did my usual rounds, checked permits, offered a few friendly reminders about fire safety and wildlife. At one site, a family was just finishing up dinner. They had a portable food locker, the kind you can move around, sitting next to their picnic table. "Evening, folks," I said, approaching their site. "Everything all right here?" "Ranger," the dad said, standing up and smiling. "Everything's great. Just wrapping up dinner." "Looks good," I said, nodding at their setup. Just wanted to make sure you're all set for the night. Remember to lock up all your food and scented items in the locker before you turn in." "Oh, absolutely," the mom said, gesturing to the locker. "We're old pros at this. Been coming to Yosemite for years." "Excellent," I said, feeling a little reassured. They seemed responsible, experienced. Maybe I could cut my patrol a little short tonight, get back to my cabin, and actually get a decent night's sleep for once. I chatted with them for a few more minutes, answering a couple of questions about hiking trails, and then moved on to the next campsite. Everything seemed normal, peaceful. The kind of evening that makes you remember why you do this job in the first place. As I was leaving the campground, I glanced back at the family's site. The dad was locking up the food locker, just like he should be. I saw him latch the door, give it a little tug to make sure it was secure. Good. They knew what they were doing. I drove back to my patrol cabin, parked the truck, and started unloading my gear. I had my own food locker at the cabin, a big metal beer-proof container bolted to the ground. It was standard issue for all park staff living in the backcountry. I usually kept it meticulously organized, everything neatly stored in airtight containers. Bear safety, after all, was my job. I was tired, though, really tired, and maybe, just maybe, a little complacent. I'd been doing this for so long, following the same routines day in and day out. Sometimes it's easy to go on autopilot, to stop thinking about the why and just go through the motions. I transferred my dinner leftovers and a few snacks from my backpack into the food locker. I latched the door, and just like the dad at the campsite had done, I gave it a tug. Seemed secure. Yeah, it was fine. I didn't double check it. I didn't give it that extra little push to make sure the latch was fully engaged. I was tired, and I just wanted to be done with it. I went inside, showered, ate a quick meal, and collapsed into bed. That was my mistake. A small, insignificant lapse in routine, a moment of complacency, and it was about to change everything. It was about to show me that the wilderness of Yosemite held secrets far darker and more terrifying than I could ever have imagined. Secrets that had nothing to do with beers. The first thing I noticed when I woke up was the silence. Yosemite in the morning is usually anything but silent. There's the dawn chorus of birdsong, the rustling of squirrels in the pines, maybe the distant rush of the river. But this morning, there was nothing. Just a heavy, oppressive quiet that felt wrong. I sat up in bed, a knot of unease tightening in my stomach. It wasn't just the silence, though that was unsettling enough. There was also a strange of absence. Like something vital was missing from the air, a vibrancy that was usually so palpable in the Yosemite wilderness. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A hollow echo in the silence. I shook my head, trying to dismiss it as morning grogginess. I was probably just tired, still worn out from yesterday's long patrol. I got out of bed, pulled on my ranger uniform, and went to start my day. The cabin was small, just one room with a tiny kitchenette and a bathroom. Basic, but comfortable enough. And it was mine, my little sanctuary in the vastness of the park. I usually loved mornings here, the quiet solitude before the day began. But this morning, the solitude felt less like peace and more like isolation. I went to the kitchenette to make coffee, my usual morning ritual. As I reached for the coffee canister, I glanced out the window towards the food locker, and that's when I saw it. My breath hitched in my throat. The food locker door was open. Not just ajar, but wide open, hanging loose on its hinges. The latch, the one I'd been so careless with last night, was twisted and bent, like something had ripped it open with brute force. My heart started to pound in my chest. Beers. It had to be a beer. Despite all the precautions, despite all the education, a bear had still managed to get into my food locker. Ranger fail big time. I was supposed to be the example, the one who knew better. And I'd screwed up. I rushed outside, adrenaline surging through my veins. My ranger training kicked in, overriding the initial surge of panic. Assess the situation, stay calm, follow protocol. First, check for the beer. Was it still around? Had it damaged anything else? Was anyone in danger? I scanned the surrounding woods, my eyes darting from tree to tree, shadow to shadow. Silence. Still that oppressive, unnatural silence. No sign of a beer, no rustling, no snapping twigs, no heavy breathing. Just nothing. Cautiously, I approached the food locker. The metal door groaned on its hinges as I pushed it further open. The inside was a mess. Containers were scattered, lids ripped off, food strewn everywhere. My carefully organized system was in ruins. It looked like a bomb had gone off in there. Okay, definitely a bear. They're messy eaters, especially when they get into human food. They're strong, too. Strong enough to rip apart a flimsy latch like that. But something felt off. Even for a bear, this seemed excessive. And where was the bear now? Usually, if a bear gets into food, they stick around for a while, gorging themselves. They don't just trash the place and disappear into thin air. I took a deep breath trying to calm my racing thoughts. Okay, bear. Probably just a young, inexperienced one, still learning the ropes. Maybe got spooked by something and ran off. Maybe was long gone. Either way, I needed to document the incident. Clean up the mess and make sure it didn't happen again. As I started to survey the damage more closely, I noticed something else. Something that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. Tracks. There were tracks in the soft earth around the food locker. Lots of them. And they weren't bear tracks. I knelt down, my heart pounding even harder now. These were wrong. Definitely wrong. Bear tracks are distinctive, unmistakable. Big, broad, with 5 toes and long claws. These were different. Smaller, for one thing. And delicate, almost. But also wrong. There were too many toes. Not 5, but 6. Maybe even 7. It was hard exactly, the tracks were a little muddy and indistinct. But definitely more than 5. And the toes themselves were long. Too long. Slender, almost like fingers. Not claws, but nails. Again, it was hard to be sure the tracks weren't perfectly clear. But the overall impression was deeply unsettling. And the gait. The pattern of the tracks. It wasn't right for a bear. Bears are plantigrade, they walk on the soles of their feet, leaving a broad, flat print. These tracks, they seem more digitigrade. Like whatever made them walked on its toes, its fingers. Like a person walking on their hands, but with too many fingers. I stood up slowly, my mind reeling. This wasn't a bear. This wasn't anything I recognized. I'd seen coyote tracks, deer tracks, bobcat tracks, even mountain lion tracks in my time in Yosemite. But I'd never seen anything like this. Never heard of anything like this. My ranger training was failing me. Bear safety protocols, wildlife identification guides, search and rescue procedures, none of it applied to this. This was something else. Something outside the realm of my experience, outside the boundaries of my understanding. A cold dread started to creep into my bones. A primal fear that had nothing to do with bears or mountain lions or any of the usual dangers of the wilderness. This was something different. Something unknown. Something wrong. I circled the food locker slowly, my eyes fixed on the tracks. They led away from the cabin into the dense pine forest. They weren't random tracks, scattered and aimless. They were purposeful, deliberate, heading in a specific direction, deeper into the woods. Away from me, away from civilization. And as I followed the tracks with my eyes, a new detail emerged. Something even more disturbing than the shape and number of the toes. There were drag marks. Faint but unmistakable lines in the dirt between the footprints. Like whatever made these tracks had been dragging something behind it. Something heavy, something bulky. My gaze dropped to the ground, following the drag marks. They led from the food locker, across the clearing in front of my cabin, and then they stopped, right at the edge of the woods. As if whatever had made them had stepped into the trees and simply vanished. But the tracks themselves didn't vanish. They continued in the woods, disappearing into the shadows, swallowed by the dense undergrowth. And as I stared at the point where the drag marks ended, I realized what they were dragging. Not something. Someone. The drag marks were just wide enough, just deep enough to have been made by a body, a human body, being dragged feet first into the woods. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just a food locker raid gone wrong. This wasn't just a weird animal with strange feet. This was something sinister, something terrifying, something that had taken my food and maybe something else. Someone else. The silence of the morning suddenly felt even heavier, more oppressive. It wasn't just the absence of birdsong and squirrels anymore. It was the absence of something else. Something human. Something that had been here and now was gone. Taken. Into the woods. By what? My hand instinctively went to my sidearm, the Glock 22 I carried as a law enforcement ranger. It felt cold and heavy against my hip, a small comfort in the face of this growing, nameless dread. But somehow I knew that a gun wasn't going to be enough, not for this. Whatever this was, I had to follow the tracks. I had to know what had happened. I had to know what was out there. Even if every instinct in my body was screaming at me to run, to turn back, to pretend I hadn't seen anything. I was a ranger. It was my job to protect this park, to protect the people in it. Even if the threat was something I didn't understand, something unnatural. Taking a deep breath, I stepped towards the woods, towards the place where the tracks disappeared into the shadows. The silence seemed to press in on me, the trees seemed to watch me with silent, malevolent eyes, and the cold dread in my bones deepened, whispering a terrifying truth. I had made a wrong decision, and I was about to face the consequences. Face the truth of what really lurked in the Yosemite wilderness. A truth far more horrifying than any bear. The woods closed in around me like a shroud. Sunlight struggled to penetrate the dense canopy of pines, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and shifted with every breath of wind, though there was no wind, not really. Just that heavy, stagnant air, thick with the scent of pine needles and something acrid, faintly metallic, like old blood. The silence deepened, becoming almost a physical presence, pressing against my eardrums, muffling my own breathing. Every step I took crunched on the pine needle carpet, the sound echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like I was walking into a trap, announcing my presence to whatever lurked ahead. The tracks were easy enough to follow, at least at first. They led straight into the woods, a clear trail of disturbed earth and broken twigs. The drag marks were still visible, confirming my horrifying suspicion. Someone had been dragged this way, and whatever had dragged them was still out there, somewhere in these woods. As I went deeper, the forest changed. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker and gnarled, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes that resembled skeletal arms reaching out to grab me. The undergrowth became denser, thorny bushes and tangled vines clawing at my uniform, snagging at my boots. The air grew colder, a damp, bone-chilling cold that seeped into my clothes and settled deep in my chest. The silence morphed again, subtly, almost imperceptibly. It was still silent in the sense that there were no natural sounds. But now, there was something else layered beneath the silence. A low, resonant hum, too deep to be heard, but felt in the bones. A vibration that resonated in my teeth and made my vision swim. It was like the woods themselves were humming, vibrating with some unseen, malevolent energy. Then I started to find things. Small things at first, almost easy to miss. A torn piece of fabric snagged on a thorn bush, the same faded blue as park visitor clothing. A drop water bottle half buried in the pine needles. A single hiking boot, lying forlornly on its side, laces trailing in the dirt. Each find sent a fresh jolt of ice through my veins, confirming my worst fears. This wasn't just about food anymore. This was about someone. The tracks continued relentless, leading me deeper and deeper to the heart of the woods. The drag marks became more pronounced, gouged deeper into the earth, as if the burden being dragged had become heavier, more resistant. And then I found something that stopped me dead in my tracks. A patch of blood, dark, congealed, staining the pine needles a gruesome blackish brown. It wasn't a lot, just a small pool, but it was enough. Enough to paint a horrifying picture in my mind. Enough to make my stomach churn and my gorge rise. I stood there for a moment, frozen, my breath catching in my throat. The humming in the silence intensified, vibrating through me, making my teeth chatter. The cold deepened, pressing in on me like a physical weight. I wanted to turn back, desperately. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee this place, to forget everything I had seen. But I couldn't. I was a ranger, and something terrible had happened here. Someone was in danger, maybe already gone, but I had to know. I had to find out what was going on. Even if it meant facing something I didn't understand, something that defied all logic and reason. Clenching my jaw, I pushed on, stepping past the bloodstain, following the tracks deeper into the woods. The trees grew even denser, the shadows darker, the silence heavier. The humming intensified, becoming almost painful, a deep, resonant drone that seemed to vibrate in my very soul. And then I saw it. Through the trees in a small clearing bathed in an unnatural, sickly green light that seemed to emanate from the woods themselves. A structure. Crude ramshackle built from branches and mud and something else. Something pale and bone-like, woven into the framework of the structure. It was a hut of sorts. Or maybe a nest. Or something else entirely. It was hard to tell in the dim, green tinged light. It was just wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. An intrusion of something unnatural into the heart of the wilderness. And in front of the structure, in the center of the clearing, I saw it. My mind struggled to process what I was seeing. My ranger training, my understanding of the natural world, everything I thought I knew about Yosemite, shattered in that instant. This was not a bear. This was not a mountain lion. This was not anything that belonged in this world. It was humanoid in a twisted, grotesque way. It stood upright on two legs, but its limbs were too long, too thin, unnaturally jointed. Its skin was pale, almost translucent, stretched taut over bone, glistening with a sickly sheen. Its head was deformed, elongated, with eyes that were too large, too black, reflecting the green light with an unnerving intensity. And its hands, oh God, its hands. They were long, skeletal, with too many fingers. 6, 7, maybe even 8, I couldn't count. They were constantly twitching, flexing, grasping at the air. And they weren't fingers, not really. They were appendages. Long, bony protrusions tipped with sharp. Black nails that clicked and scraped against each other with a dry, chitinous sound. It was hunched over something on the ground, its back to me. But I could see enough. I could see the pale, limp limbs, the faded blue fabric, the unmistakable shape off a human body. The body of the hiker who had been dragged into the woods. And the creature was feeding, tearing at the flesh with those grotesque, multi-fingered hands, its elongated head bobbing and weaving as it devoured its prey. A wave of nausea washed over me, so intense it almost buckled my knees. The metallic scent in the air intensified, becoming overpowering, the stench of blood and something else is something rotten, something wrong. I wanted to scream, to run, to empty my gun into that thing, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed by fear, by horror, by the sheer, unadulterated wrongness of what I was witnessing. This was not the wilderness I knew. This was something else. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that had always been lurking beneath the surface of Yosemite's beauty, hidden from human eyes. And then, as if sensing my presence, it turned. Slowly, deliberately, it turned its elongated head towards me. Those black, soulless eyes fixed on mine, and a jolt of pure, primal terror shot through me, so intense it felt like a physical blow. It wasn't just seeing me, it was looking at me, seeing into me, into my soul. And in those black eyes, I saw something that chilled me to the core. Not malice, not anger, not even hunger. Just cold, ancient curiosity. As if I was something new, something interesting, something to be studied. To be added to a low, guttural sound rumbled from its chest. A sound that was not quite a growl, not quite a hiss, but something in between. Something that resonated deep in my bones, echoing the humming silence of the woods. And then it started to move. Slowly, deliberately, it straightened up, rising to its full height, which was far taller than any man. Those long, skeletal limbs unfolded, those multi-fingered hands twitched and flexed, and it took a step towards me. Then another. It wasn't running, not yet. It was stalking. Approaching with a slow, deliberate, terrifying grace. Those black eyes never leaving mine, that low, guttural hum growing louder, resonating in the air, vibrating through the trees, through the ground, through me. I finally found my voice, or what was left of it. A choked, desperate whisper. "Stay back," I croaked, raising my gun, my hand shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. "Stay back. I'm armed." It didn't even flinch. It just kept coming, that slow, deliberate stalk. Those black eyes fixed on mine, the guttural hum filling the silence. It was like talking to a force of nature, to a glacier, to a mountain. Meaningless. Futile. I fired. The gunshot shattered the oppressive silence, the sound echoing through the woods like a thunderclap. The bullet struck the creature in the chest, right in the center of its pale, translucent skin. I saw a flicker of surprise, or maybe just interest, in those black eyes. But that was all. It didn't even stumble. It just kept coming, that relentless, terrifying stalk. The bullet had passed straight through it, leaving a small, neat hole in its skin, which seemed to close almost instantly, like water closing over a dropped pebble. My ranger training, my law enforcement protocols, everything I knew about dealing with threats was useless. This was not a threat I could reason with, or intimidate, or stop with a bullet. This was something else, something beyond. Despair washed over me, cold and suffocating. I was out of options, out of ideas, out of time. I had made a wrong decision. A small, insignificant lapse in routine, and it had led me here, to this, to face this truth. The truth of what really lurked in the Yosemite wilderness. A truth far more horrifying than any beer. The creature was almost upon me now. I could see the details of its grotesque face, the elongated skull, the two large eyes, the thin, lipless mouth stretched into a silent, chilling smile. I could smell its breath, a cloying, sweet, rotten scent that made my head spin. I could feel the humming vibration intensifying, pressing against me, threatening to shatter my bones. And in those black eyes I saw not curiosity anymore, but something else, something colder, something darker, something hungry. Not for food, not in the way a bear is hungry, but hungry for something else, something more. Something me. This was it, the end, the consequence of my complacency, the truth I had been led to. And as those multi-fingered hands reached out for me, as that guttural hum filled my ears, as those black eyes consumed my vision, I knew with a chilling certainty that Yosemite held secrets far darker and more terrifying than I could ever have imagined. And I was about to become one of them. They call me Ranger Tom out here in Olympic National Park. It's a simple enough name, I guess, easy to remember, rolls off the tongue. Being called worse, that's for sure. And out here, in this green cathedral we call the Hoh Rainforest, simplicity is a virtue. You want things to be straightforward, uncomplicated. The forest itself, well, that's anything but. I've been a ranger for coming up on 15 years now. Started right out of college, fresh, faced and full of idealistic notions about communing with nature and protecting the wilderness. Don't get me wrong, some of that's true. There's a peace out here you can't find anywhere else. A kind of quiet that seeps into your bones and calms the static in your head. But there's a wildness too, a raw, untamed energy that reminds you, real quick, that you're just a visitor here. The forest was here long before you, and it'll be here long after. Olympic National Park, especially the Hoh, it's a different beast altogether. It's like stepping into another world. Everything is green, impossibly green. Moss hangs thick as blankets from every branch, every surface. Ferns carpet the ground, unfurling in endless shades of emerald and jade. The air is thick with moisture, constant, gentle rain that mists your face and clings to your clothes. You breathe it in, and it feels ancient, like you're inhaling the very breath of the earth. We get told a lot of things as rangers, rules and regulations, safety protocols, visitor guidelines. But the most important thing they drill into you about the Hoh Rainforest is respect. Respect the forest. Leave no trace. It's more than just park policy out here. It's a kind of understanding. You feel it in the air, in the silence, in the way the light filters through the canopy. This place demands respect. It's alive in a way that feels almost sentient. Most days it's just routine. Patrol trails answer questions from tourists, make sure everyone's sticking to the paths and not getting themselves into trouble, help lost hikers, deal with the occasional bear sighting, the usual ranger stuff. I like the routine, mostly. It's predictable, keeps you grounded, and it gives you plenty of time to just be in the forest, to listen to it, to watch it change with the seasons, with the light. But then there are days that break the routine. Days when the forest reminds you of that wildness, that untamed energy. Days when things happen that you can't explain. Things that make you question what you think you know about this place. This day started like any other. Sun barely peeking through the clouds, mist hanging heavy in the air. I was assigned trail maintenance, clearing a fallen tree that had blocked the main path up near Mineral Creek Falls. A big old Douglas fir, must have been 100 years old. Came down in a storm a few weeks back. Heavy thing. I hiked in with my chainsaw and jeer, the forest quiet around me, just the soft rustle of leaves and the drip, drip of water. Got to the fallen tree, and it was just as big as they said, lying across the trail like a giant's toothpick. Time to get to work. Spent a couple of hours cutting that thing up, piece by piece. Chainsaw roaring, the smell of fresh, cut pine filling the air. Sweat dripping down my face, muscles aching. It's hard work, but there's a satisfaction to it too. Making a path where there wasn't one before. Helping people experience this place, that's part of the job too. As I was working, I noticed something off the trail, maybe 20 feet into the trees. A depression in the ground, a kind of sinkhole. Not huge, maybe 5 or 6 feet across, and dropping down into shadow. Couldn't see the bottom, just dark, damp earth and the smell of, well, just earth mostly. But there was something about it, a kind of stillness, that caught my eye. Like the forest itself was holding its breath around it. Probably just a natural formation, I told myself. Lots of weird geology out here in the Olympics. Caves, sinkholes, underground streams. Nothing to worry about. Just stay away from the edge, don't want to fall in. But as I cleared the last of the tree, piling up branches and logs to haul out, I started to get impatient. Tired maybe. It was getting late in the afternoon, the light was fading, and I just wanted to be done. And all that debris, branches, bark, sawdust, it was a lot to carry, and that sinkhole was just sitting there, open empty, like a mouth waiting to be fed. Stupid idea, I know. Ranger Hunt 1, leave no trace. Pack it in, pack it out. But in that moment, with the fading light and the atching muscles, it just seemed easy. So much easier than hauling all that stuff back out to the trailhead. Just a little bit of natural debris back into the earth. What harm could it do? I hesitated for a second, looking around. No one in sight. Just the trees, silent witnesses. The forest itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting. And then, in a moment of weakness, of sheer, lazy expediency, I did it. I started tossing the debris into the sinkhole. Branches first, snapping and crackling as they fell into the darkness. Then the smaller logs thumping dully. Finally, the piles of bark and sawdust, swirling down like brown snow. It was quick, efficient. In maybe 10 minutes, I cleared the area, the sinkhole filled with the remnants of the fallen tree. Clean and tidy. No trace left behind. Except that wasn't true, was it? There was a trace. A wrongness in the air, a subtle shift in the forest silence. As I gathered my tools and started back down the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd done something, broken something. The forest wasn't silent anymore. Not in the way it used to be. There was still the rustle of leaves, the drip of water, the distant call of a bird. But underneath it all, there was something else. A whisper, a murmur, a low, constant hum that vibrated in my chest and prickled at the edges of my hearing. It was faint, almost imperceptible. But it was there, and it hadn't been there before. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind, or the sound of the creek, or maybe just my imagination, playing tricks on me after a long day of hard work. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. Something had changed in the forest, something I had done, and the silence, the true silence of the Hoh rainforest, was gone, replaced by something else, something unsettling, something that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, even in the humid air. As I walked, the hum grew a little louder, a little more insistent, and I started to hear other things too, woven into the fabric of the forest sounds. Faint clicks, like dry bones knocking together. Soft rustlings in the undergrowth, too rhythmic to be animals. Whispers on the wind, too low to understand, but too close to ignore. By the time I reached the trailhead, the sun had dipped below the trees, and the forest was deepening into twilight. The air felt colder now, heavier, and the sounds, they were clearer now, more distinct. The hum was a constant drone, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from the earth itself. The clicks and rustlings were closer, following me through the trees. In the whispers, they were starting to form words, just fragments barely audible, but words nonetheless. As I drove out of the park, leaving the Hoh rainforest behind in the gathering darkness, I could still hear them. The hum, the clicks, the rustlings, the whispers. They were faint, distant, fading with the miles. But they were there, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that they would be waiting for me when I came back. The forest hadn't been silent since, and I had a feeling it wasn't going to be silent again for a long, long time. Sleep didn't come easy that night. Even back in my cabin, miles from the Hoh, the sounds of the forest seemed to echo in my head. The hum, the clicks, the whispers, they were faint, phantom sounds, but persistent. Like a radio station tuned just off frequency, a constant static beneath the surface of silence. I tossed and turned, the images of the sinkhole, the dark, gaping maw in the earth, flashing behind my eyelids. Every creak of the cabin, every rustle of leaves outside the window, sounded amplified, distorted, imbued with a new, unsettling meaning. I told myself it was just stress, exhaustion, a long day, a stupid decision, and an overactive imagination. Rangers see things out here, hear things. The forest plays tricks on your senses, especially when you're tired and alone. But even as I tried to rationalize it, a cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. This was different. This wasn't just the usual forest weirdness. This felt personal. Like the forest was reacting to me, to what I had done. Morning came gray and drizzly, mirroring the mood in my head. The sounds were still there, or at least the memory of them was. A lingering echo in the silence of my cabin. I went through my morning routine: coffee, breakfast, checking emails, trying to act normal, but the unease gnawed at me. I kept glancing out the window, towards the distant line of trees, half expecting to see what I didn't even know. Something watching me. Something listening. Duty roster had me back in the Ho today. Trail patrol again. Different section this time, further upriver near the Olympus Ranger Station. Normally, I'd be looking forward to it. A day in the rainforest, even in the drizzle, beats paperwork any day. But today, the thought of going back into the forest filled me with a growing sense of apprehension. It was like knowing you had to return to a place where you'd left something undone, something wrong. The drive-in was quiet, the radio static filled and useless out in the park's interior. The trees closed in around the road, their moss, draped branches forming a green tunnel. As I got closer to the Ho, the air grew heavier, damper, and the silence of it wasn't silence anymore. Even in the car, with the windows rolled up, I could feel it. That low hum, that vibration in the air. It was fainter than it had been last night, but undeniably present. And as I parked at the trailhead and stepped out of the car, it intensified, wrapping around me like a damp shroud. The usual trailhead sounds were there: the rush of the river, the chatter of birds, the distant murmur of other hikers. But they were all muted, somehow, overwhelmed by the underlying hum, and the clicks and whispers. They were closer now. Not just in my head, but out there, in the trees. I could hear them distinctly, woven into the natural sounds of the forest. Dry clicks like insects clicking their mandibles, but too slow, too deliberate. Rustlings in the undergrowth, not squirrels or chipmunks, but something heavier, dragging, deliberate. And the whispers, they were clearer now. No longer just fragments, but actual words. Mumbled, distorted, just at the edge of hearing. But words. I started walking, forcing myself to follow the trail, to focus on my patrol. Check trail markers, clear minor debris, greet hikers, the usual routine. But it was hard to concentrate. The sounds were distracting, unsettling. And the feeling of being watched, of being listened to, it was growing stronger with every step I took deeper into the woods. Hikers I passed seemed oblivious, chatting, laughing, enjoying the scenery. Did they not hear it? Did they not feel it? Or was it just me? Was I going crazy? I tried to act normal, to smile, to offer trail advice, but inside I was a knot of nerves, every sense on high alert. As I walked further in, the trail climbed gradually, winding deeper into the old-growth forest. The trees grew taller, thicker, their canopies interlocking overhead, dimming the already subdued daylight. The air grew colder, damper, and the sounds, they intensified. The hum was a constant drone now, a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to emanate from the ground beneath my feet, rising up through my boots, through my bones. The clicks were sharper, closer, like dry twigs snapping right behind me, even when I knew there was nothing there. And the whispers, they were almost understandable now. Garbled syllables, distorted vowels, but words nonetheless. Words that seemed to be directed at me. I strained to make them out, to understand what they were saying. But they were too low, too distorted. Just a constant, murmuring undercurrent to the forest sounds. But the feeling was unmistakable. It was accusatory, angry, mocking, and hungry. Suddenly the trail opened into a small clearing. Mineral Creek Falls, a cascade of water tumbling down moss, covered rocks into a clear pool. Usually it was a peaceful spot. The sound of the waterfall, a soothing white noise that drowned out everything else. But today it was different. The hum was still there, even louder in the open space, resonating off the rocks, amplified by the falling water. And the clicks and whispers, they seemed to be coming from the waterfall itself. From behind the curtain of water, from the depths of the pool. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, my heart pounding in my chest. The sounds were overwhelming now, a cacophony of whispers and clicks, and the deep, resonant hum. And then I heard it. One word, clear and distinct, cutting through the murmuring chaos. Tom. My name. Whispered, distorted, but unmistakably my name. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, from the trees, from the rocks, from the waterfall, from the very air itself. Just my name, hanging in the humid air, heavy with accusation. I froze, every muscle tense, scanning the clearing, searching for the source of the sound. But there was nothing. Just the trees, the rocks, the waterfall, and the oppressive silence that wasn't silent at all. "Hello," I called out, my voice cracking, sounding weak and foolish in the vastness of the forest. "Is anyone there?" Silence. For a moment, just the rush of the waterfall, the whisper of the wind in the trees, and then the hum intensified, vibrating through the ground, through my body. And the whispers started again, louder now, more insistent, swirling around me like a physical presence. Ranger Tom, wrong, wrong decision, no trace and no respect." The words were clearer now. Fragments of sentences, accusations, pronouncements. They seemed to be coming from everywhere, surrounding me, pressing in on me. And the clicks, they were closer, closer still. I could hear them right behind me now, just at the edge of my vision, dry, sharp clicks, like bone on bone. I spun around, heart hammering, adrenaline surging through my veins. Nothing, just trees, ferns, moss-covered rocks. But the clicks were there, undeniable, right behind me, closing in. "Who's there?" I shouted, my voice trembling now. "Show yourself." The whispers intensified, swirling around me, a chorus of distorted voices, all saying the same thing over and over. Wrong, wrong, no trace and no respect. And then I saw it. Movement at the edge of the clearing. In the deep shadows beneath the trees. Something shifting, something moving. Too big to be an animal, too slow, too deliberate. A shape indistinct, blurred by the shadows, but definitely there. Watching me, listening. Fear, cold and sharp, pierced through the adrenaline. This wasn't just my imagination. This wasn't just the forest playing tricks. Something was happening here. Something real. Something terrifying. The shape moved again, stepping further out of the shadows, into the dappled light filtering through the canopy, and I saw it more clearly now. Tall, gaunt, vaguely humanoid, but wrong. Distorted. Its limbs too long, too thin, its body hunched and twisted. Its skin, it wasn't skin at all, but bark. Gray bark. Like the trunk of an ancient tree. And its head, I couldn't make out features, just a massive shadow, a void where a face should be. But I could feel its eyes on me, burning cold, accusatory. It took another step forward, and another. Slowly, deliberately it moved towards me, the dry clicks echoing with every step, the whispers swirling around it like a shroud. And as it moved, I saw something else, something even more horrifying. Trailing behind it, clinging to its bark like form were things. Small, indistinct shapes, like clumps of moss, or tangled roots, but moving. Crawling. Whispering. Dozens of them, hundreds, a writhing mass of shadow and whispers, clinging to the bark thing, flowing out from it, spreading across the ground towards me. The truth. The terrifying truth of the whole rainforest. It was coming for me. And it was not silent anymore. Panic seized me, cold and paralyzing. My breath hitched in my throat, my legs locked, rooted to the spot. The bark thing kept coming slow, inexorable, each step punctuated by those dry, sharp clicks like the cracking of ancient bones. The whispering mass that clung to it flowed forward, tendrils of shadow and sound reaching out across the clearing. "Stay back," I croaked, my voice barely a whisper, lost in the rising tide of the forest's insolence. "Stay away from me." The bark thing didn't stop, didn't react at all. It just kept coming, its faceless void fixed on me, its presence radiating a cold, ancient anger that seemed to seep into my very soul. The whispers grew louder, coalescing into a chorus of accusation, a litany of my transgression. "New Tracy, no respect. The Ho remembers. The Ho knows wrong decision wrong." The smaller shapes, the whispering masses, were closer now, crawling across the mussy ground, flowing over rocks and roots, a tide of shadow and sound. I could see them more clearly now, not just indistinct shapes, but fragments. Fragments of things. Twisted roots, broken branches, clumps of moss and earth, all animated, all whispering, all drawn to me, pulled along in the wake of the bark thing. The debris I had tossed into the sinkhole returned, twisted, corrupted, alive. My ranger training kicked in, a thin veneer of professionalism over the raw terror. Bear spray. I had bear spray. Fumbling, my hands shaking, I reached for the canister on my belt, unclipped it, thumbed off the safety. A pathetic defense against this, but it was all I had. As the bark thing reached the edge of the clearing, just a few yards away now, I raised the spray, aimed at the shadowy void where its face should be, and squeezed the trigger. A cloud of orange mist erupted, filling the air with the acrid smell of capsaicin. Normally, it would be enough to deter a charging bear, to send it scrambling back into the woods. But the bark thing didn't even flinch. It walked straight through the cloud of spray, as if it were nothing more than mist. The orange cloud billowed around it, clinging to its bark like form, but it had no effect. The clicks didn't falter, the whispers didn't diminish. It just kept coming. Despair washed over me, cold and complete. This wasn't something I could fight. Not with bear spray, not with anything I had. This was something else. Something ancient. Something of the forest itself, awake and injured. And I had brought it upon myself. The bark thing was closed now, towering over me, its shadowy void looming. The whispering masses swarmed around my feet, crawling up my boots, tendrils of shadow reaching for my legs. The air was thick with the hum, the clicks, the whispers, a suffocating cacophony that pressed in on me, stealing my breath, stealing my will. And then it spoke, not with a voice, not in the way humans speak, but directly into my mind. A cold, resonant thought echoing in the silence of my skull, drowning out everything else. No trace. The words weren't spoken, but felt a raw, primal accusation that resonated with the very fabric of my being. It was the forest itself speaking through this avatar, this manifestation of its anger. And the anger was directed at me. The bark thing reached out a long, gone arm, its fingers like twisted branches, and touched me. Just a touch, a brush against my chest, but it felt like ice, like fire, like a violation. A coldness spread through me, radiating out from the point of contact, freezing my blood, numbing my senses. And with the coldness came understanding. In that touch, in that moment, I saw it. The truth of the Hoh rainforest. Not just the beauty, the peace, the surface tranquility that we showed to the tourists, but the deep, ancient power that lay beneath. The wildness, the untamed energy, the sentience that I had only glimpsed before. And the truth was terrifying. The Hoh wasn't just a forest. It was something more. Something older. Something aware. It had its own rules. Its own laws, unspoken, unseen, but absolute. And I had broken them. I had disrespected the silence, violated the sanctity of the earth, left a trace where there should have been none. And now I was facing the consequences. The whispering masses swarmed higher, engulfing my legs, my torso, climbing, crawling, whispering. The bark thing loomed over me, its shadowy void consuming my vision. The hum intensified, vibrating through me, shaking me to my core. And the whispers, they were no longer accusations, no longer pronouncements. They were consuming me. Join us, become part of the Hoh, no trace, no separation one with the forest. The words were seductive, terrifying, promising oblivion, promising absorption. And as the coldness spread, as the whispering masses engulfed me, as the bark thing loomed, I felt myself changing. My skin prickle hardened, felt bark-like. My limbs grew heavy, stiff, rooted to the earth. My senses dulled, faded, replaced by the hum, the clicks, the whispers of the forest. I was becoming part of it. Being absorbed, assimilated, transformed. No longer Ranger Tom, the visitor, the outsider, but something else. Something of the Hoh itself. Something unsolent. Darkness closed in not just the twilight of the forest, but an inner darkness, a silencing of my own thoughts, my own self. The whispers filled my mind, drowning out everything else, becoming my thoughts, my consciousness. No longer separate, no longer individual, part of the whole, part of the Hoh. And in that darkness, in that silence that wasn't silence, in that merging of self and forest, I understood. This was the truth of the Hoh. Not a place of peace and tranquility, but a living entity, ancient, powerful, demanding respect, demanding everything. And those who failed to understand, who failed to respect, who left a trace that they became part of it. They became the whispers in the wind, the clicks in the undergrowth, the hum beneath the silence. They became the insolent forest. They still call me Ranger Tom, out here in Olympic National Park. Or at least they used to. They haven't seen me in a while, haven't heard from me. They'll probably send someone looking soon, but they won't find me. Not in the way they expect. They might find a ranger's hat lying on the most near Mineral Creek Falls. Maybe a discarded beer spray canister. Traces of a struggle, perhaps, but no body, no Ranger Tom, because Ranger Tom is gone, assimilated, become part of the Hoh, And if you listen closely when you walk those trails, when you stand near Mineral Creek Falls, when you listen to the silence of the Hoh rainforest, you might hear it. The hum, the clicks, the whispers. The unsilent forest. And if you listen really closely, you might just hear my name, whispered on the wind, part of the chorus now, part of the truth, part of the Hoh, forever. Tome wrong decision, no trace and no respect. Join as become one with the forest, tom, tom, tom. My name is Ashley, and I'm a park ranger here at Bryce Canyon National Park. Been here for almost 5 years now, and honestly, I still get that same sense of awe every time I look out over the amphitheater. The hoodoos, those crazy rock spires, they're something else, especially when the sun hits them just right at sunrise or sunset. During the day, they're this vibrant orange and red, almost glowing. But at night they take on a whole different vibe. Bryce Canyon is beautiful, no doubt about it. Tourists come from all over the world to see it. They hike the trails, snap a million photos, and leave with memories that hopefully last a lifetime. And I get to be here, right in the middle of it all, protecting this place and sharing its beauty with everyone who comes. It's a good job, a really good job. Most days. It feels more like a calling than just a paycheck. But Bryce Canyon, for all its daytime splendor, has a darker side. A side that most visitors never see, or at least never truly understand. It's in the silence that settles in after the crowds leave, in the way the shadows stretch and twist as the sun dips below the horizon, and in the way the wind whispers through the hoodoos, sounding like voices just out of earshot. It's a feeling, a subtle shift in the air, a prickling on the back of your neck that tells you this place is old, older than anything you can comprehend, and it holds secrets. The hoodoos themselves, they're beautiful, yes, but they're also disorienting, especially at night. During the day, you have the sun, the landmarks, the other hikers, all to keep you grounded. But at night, under the moon, or worse, under a blanket of clouds, those hoodoos become like silent sentinels, all looking the same, all pointing in different directions, playing tricks on your eyes and your sense of direction. I've hiked these trails hundreds of times, day and night, and even I can get turned around sometimes, especially off the main paths. That's what happened last night. I was leading a night hike, something we offer a couple of times a month when the moon is right. It's usually a pretty popular program. People love seeing the canyon under the stars, hearing the night sounds, experiencing Bryce in a completely different way. Last night we had a decent-sized group, maybe 15 people, a mix of families, couples, and a few solo adventurers. Everyone was excited, bundled up in jackets and hats, flashlights in hand, ready for an adventure. We started out on the Navajo Loop, a pretty well-trodden trail even at night. The moon was about half full, casting enough light to see the trail, but leaving plenty of shadows for things to get interesting. The air was crisp and cold. That high-altitude desert chill, that bites right through you if you're not prepared. But it was clear, and the stars were starting to pop out. A preview of the celestial show we were hoping for. I was at the front of the group, as always, setting the pace, pointing out constellations when we stopped for breaks, telling stories about the park, about the geology, about the legends. Everything was going smoothly. The group was engaged, the atmosphere was good, and the canyon was looking magnificent in the moonlight. We were about halfway through our planned route, just past Wall Street, when I made the mistake. There's a point on the Navajo Loop where a less defined trail branches off, something that's not officially marked in the park maps. But locals know it. It's a shortcut, or at least it's supposed to be. I'd taken a few times during daylight hikes, mostly when I was exploring on my own, never with a group. It cuts through a narrow section of hoodoos and rejoins the main trail further down, saving maybe 15 minutes, 20 at most. Last night, for some reason, I wasn't really paying attention. Maybe I was too caught up in my stories. Maybe I was just tired, I don't know. But when we reached that junction, I just took it. Didn't even think about it. Just turned down that side trail, assuming it was the right way. It looked familiar enough in the moonlight, the hoodoos on either side casting long, distorted shadows that made everything seem a little different, a little off. We walked for maybe 10 minutes, maybe 15, down this narrower path. The main trail is wide enough for two people to walk side by side in most places, But this side trail was single file, winding between towering hoodoos that seemed to lean in closer and closer the further we went. The air started to feel different too. Colder, definitely colder, and heavier somehow, like the air itself was pressing down on us. It was one of the hikers in the group, a woman named Sarah, who first spoke up. "Ranger Ashley," she said, her voice a little hesitant. "Are you sure this is the right way? It doesn't look like the trail we were on before." I stopped, finally realizing something was wrong. I looked around. The hoodoos were taller here, more tightly packed together. The moonlight seemed dimmer, even though the clouds hadn't rolled in. And the silence of it was different too. Before, there had been the sounds of the night, the rustling of bushes in the wind, the distant call of an owl. But here, there was nothing. Just silence. A heavy, oppressive silence that felt like it was swallowing up all other sounds. I pulled out my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Or rather, what I thought was the path. It was faint, barely visible in places, overgrown with scrub brush in others. This definitely wasn't the shortcut I remembered. This wasn't even a trail I recognized. You know what?" I said, trying to sound casual, trying not to alarm anyone. "I think we might have taken a little detour. No problem, though. We can just backtrack and get back on the main trail." I turned to lead the group back the way we came, but as I turned, I realized something else was wrong. The path behind us, it looked different too. The hoodoos seemed to have shifted, rearranged themselves. The shadows were longer, darker, and they seemed to move. Not in a natural way, not just swaying with the breeze. They seemed to writhe, to twist, to reach out like grasping fingers. A cold knot of dread tightened in my stomach. This wasn't right. None of this was right. We weren't on any trail I knew. We weren't even in a part of the canyon that looked familiar. We were lost. And we were heading deeper and deeper into something else. "Okay, everyone," I said, my voice sounding a little too tight, even to my own ears. "Let's just stay calm. We're just a little off course. We'll figure it out." But even as I said the words, I knew was a lie. We weren't just a little off course. We were lost. And as we stood there, in that oppressive silence, surrounded by those towering silent hoodoos, I could feel a growing sense of unease spreading through the group. The shadows seemed to deepen, the air grew colder, and I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that we had made a wrong turn, a terrible wrong turn, and we had stumbled into something we were never meant to find. We had entered a canyon I had never seen before, a place that felt ancient, malevolent, and utterly, terrifyingly unknown. Panic is a funny thing. It's like a virus spreading quickly, silently at first, then erupting all at once. I could feel it starting to take hold of the group. Whispers started, hushed and anxious. Are we really lost? "I don't like this place. Did you see that shadow move?" I forced a reassuring smile, even though my own heart was hammering against my ribs. "Hey, it's okay," I said, trying to project an authority I wasn't feeling. "We're just temporarily misplaced. Bryce Canyon can be tricky at night, that's all. We just need to get our bearings." But Ranger Ashley, a young boy, maybe 10 years old, piped up, his voice trembling slightly. "You said we could just go back the way we came. But the path is gone." He was right. I hadn't wanted to admit it out loud, but the path we had taken, the faint trail that had led us into this nightmare, had vanished. It was as if the canyon itself had swallowed it whole. Behind us, there was no discernible path, just the uneven ground, scattered rocks, and the looming shapes of the hoodoos, their shadows stretching and merging in the dim moonlight. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Okay, new plan. We're not going back. We're going forward. Downhill. Canyons always lead somewhere, right? We'll just keep going down, and we're bound to hit another trail, org, or something familiar." It was a flimsy plan, I knew it, but it was the best I could come up with on the spot. Staying put in this unsettling silence felt worse than moving, even if we were moving deeper into the unknown. And honestly, I was starting to feel a desperate need to get out of this place, to escape the oppressive atmosphere, the moving shadows, the feeling of unseen eyes watching us. I turned and started walking downhill, picking what looked like the easiest route through the maze of hoodoos. The group followed, their initial excitement replaced by a palpable anxiety. The flashlights bobbed and weaved, cutting cones of light through the darkness, but they didn't seem to penetrate very far. The shadows just beyond the reach of the beams seemed to writhe and deepen, as if the darkness itself was alive. As we walked, the temperature continued to drop. It was already cold when we started, but now it was biting. I'd be kind of cold that seeps into your bones and chills you from the inside out. Even with my ranger jacket zipped up tight, I could feel the cold creeping in, making my teeth chatter and my fingers numb. And it wasn't just the air temperature. It felt like the very rocks around us were radiating cold, drawing the heat from our bodies. The silence intensified too. It was beyond just the absence of sound. It was a silence that pressed in on you, a silence that felt heavy and suffocating. It was like the canyon was holding its breath, waiting, watching. And in that silence, every little sound became amplified, distorted. The crunch of our boots on the loose gravel, the rasp of our breath in the cold air, the occasional nervous cough, they echoed unnaturally loud, bouncing off the hoodoos and seeming to come back at us from all directions. Then we started hearing other sounds. Faint at first, barely audible above the pounding of my own heart. Whispering sounds, not human whispers, not like the anxious murmurs of the hikers. These were different. Lower, raspier, like the rustling of dry leaves in a wind that wasn't there. They seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, weaving in and out of the silence, sending shivers down my spine. "Did you hear that?" Sarah whispered, her voice tight with fear. She was walking close behind me now, her flashlight beam jittering nervously. "Hear what?" I asked, even though I knew exactly what she meant. I didn't want to acknowledge it, didn't want to give voice to the growing dread that was tightening its grip on us. "Thack whispering," she said, her eyes wide and darting around. "It sounds like voices. It's just the wind," I said, my voice sounding weak even to my own ears. "Just the wind playing tricks in the rocks." But it wasn't the wind. There was no wind. The air was still deadly still, except for those faint, unsettling whispers that seemed to slither through the silence, just out of reach of our hearing, just on the edge of perception. And then the shadows started to move more distinctly. It wasn't just my imagination. Everyone in the group was starting to see it. The shadows cast by the hoodoos, the shadows that should have been still and fixed in the moonlight, were shifting, swaying, stretching, and contracting, as if they were alive independent of the rocks that cast them. I stopped again, shining my flashlight on a particularly tall hoodoo to our left. Its shadow stretched long and dark across the ground, reaching towards us like a skeletal arm. As we watched, the shadow seemed to writhe, the fingers of darkness curling and uncurling, flexing and grasping. It was subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there, undeniable. A gasp escaped from someone in the group, then another. The whispers intensified, no longer just anxious murmurs, but filled with outright fear. The virus of panic was spreading fast now, and I could feel myself losing control. "Okay, everyone listen to me," I said, my voice louder this time, sharper, trying to cut through the rising tide of fear. "Shadows move. It's just perspective. Moonlight. It's all perfectly normal." But even as I spoke, I saw another shadow move, this one detached from any hoodoo, a dark, amorphous shape that seemed to glide across the ground, just at the edge of my flashlight beam. It flickered for a moment, then vanished into the deeper darkness between the rocks. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly, trying to catch sight of it again, but it was gone. Nothing but rocks and shadows, and that oppressive, whispering silence. "Did you see that?" A man's voice, strained and shaky. I saw it too. Something moved in the shadows. "It's just our eyes playing tricks," I stammered, the words sounding hollow and meaningless even to myself. I knew I wasn't convincing anyone, least of all myself. The truth was I was terrified. More terrified than I had ever been in my life. I was a park ranger. I was trained to handle emergencies, to deal with wildlife encounters, to navigate in the wilderness. But nothing in my training, nothing in my experience, had prepared me for this. For a canyon that seemed to be alive, for shadows that moved on their own, for whispers that slithered through the silence, for a coldness that seeped into your soul. We started walking again, faster this time, almost stumbling over the uneven ground in our haste to escape. But escape to where? We were lost, surrounded by malevolent silence and moving shadows. heading deeper and deeper into a canyon that felt less and less like Bryce Canyon, and more like something else entirely. And as we stumbled blindly through the darkness, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't just lost in the canyon. We were lost in something far older, far darker, and far more terrifying than anything I could ever imagine. And the shadows were watching us, waiting, and I had a chilling premonition that they were about to do more than just move. They were about to reach out and touch us. We kept moving, driven by a primal fear that overrode all reason. Running blindly through the darkness, stumbling over rocks, scraping against the rough edges of the hoodos, our flashlights casting frantic, useless beams that only seemed to highlight the unnatural movements of the shadows. The whispers were louder now, no longer just at the edge of hearing, but distinct, chillingly clear. They sounded like voices, yes, but voices speaking a language I didn't recognize, a language that vibrated with a cold, ancient power. Ahead, the canyon seemed to narrow, the hoodoos closing in on us like grasping claws. The air grew even colder, if that was possible, and the oppressive silence intensified, broken only by our ragged breaths, the crunch of our feet, and those insidious whispers. I could feel the group bunching together, huddling for some semblance of comfort, their fear a tangible thing in the air. Suddenly, Sarah screamed. A sharp, piercing shriek that ripped through the silence and made everyone jump. I spun around, my flashlight beam landing on her, illuminating her face, white with terror, her eyes wide and fixed on something behind us. What is it? What happened? I yelled over the rising tide of panic. She just pointed, her hand trembling, her finger aimed at the darkness behind us. The shadow had touched me. She gasped, her voice choked with fear. Something cold grabbed my arm. Everyone turned, flashlights swiveling, illuminating the space behind us. And there, in the flickering beams of our lights, we saw it. A shadow, detached from any hoodoo, a dark, amorphous shape, thicker and darker than any natural shadow, writhing and undulating on the ground. It wasn't just moving anymore. It was reaching. Tendrils of darkness extended from the main shape, snaking across the ground, reaching towards us, towards Sarah. And as we watched, paralyzed by fear, one of those tendrils shot forward with impossible speed, lashing out and wrapping around Sarah's arm, just above the elbow. She screamed again, a raw, desperate sound, and tried to pull away, but the shadow held fast, its grip unseen but undeniably real. A wave of pure, unadulterated terror washed over me. This wasn't just shadows playing tricks. This was something real, something malevolent, something supernatural. My ranger training, my rational mind, everything I thought I knew about the world, shattered in that instant. We were facing something beyond human comprehension, something ancient and dark that dwelled in this hidden canyon. Run, I screamed, finally snapping out of my paralysis. Everyone run, now. And we ran. We didn't know where we were running to, didn't have a plan, didn't even know if running would help. But we ran, fueled by terror, desperate to escape the grasping shadows, the whispering voices, the oppressive cold. We stumbled and scrambled through the darkness, flashlights bouncing wildly, the hoodoos blurring into monstrous shapes on either side. I could hear Sarah screaming behind me, her cries fading as we pulled ahead. I didn't dare look back. I just kept running, pushing myself forward, driven by the instinct to survive, to get away, to escape this nightmare canyon. As we ran, the whispers intensified, morphing into something more than just voices. They became a chorus, a cacophony of sounds chanting, hissing, growling, all interwoven into a single, terrifying symphony of darkness. And the shadows, they were everywhere now. Not just moving, but swirling, coalescing, taking on shapes monstrous, fleeting shapes that danced at the edge of our vision. Ahead, I saw a faint glimmer of light. Not moonlight, not flashlight beams, but a different kind of light, a pale, ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the rocks themselves. Hope, fragile and desperate, flickered within me. Maybe, just maybe, there was a way out. We ran towards the light, pushing ourselves to the limits of exhaustion. The canyon walls seemed to be closing in, the hoodoos towering over us, their shadows now solid, almost tangible, reaching out, grasping, whispering. I could feel them now, not just see them. A cold touch on my skin, a prickling sensation, a sense of being watched, scrutinized, judged. We reached the source of the light. It wasn't an exit, not a way out of the canyon. It was a clearing, a small circular space surrounded by the tallest hoodoos we had seen yet. And in the center of the clearing, bathed in that pale, ethereal glow, was something. It was hard to describe. It wasn't a structure, not a building, not anything man-made. It was more like a focal point. The rocks in the clearing seemed to converge, to lean inwards, forming a kind of natural amphitheater. And in the very center, where the light was strongest, there was nothing and yet everything. It was an absence, a void in the darkness, a space where the shadows seemed to be deepest, densest, most alive. It was like staring into a hole in reality, a tear in the fabric of the world, a gateway to somewhere else. And from that void, the whispers emanated, the chorus of voices, the symphony of darkness. As we stood there, frozen in terror, the shadows around us intensified, swirling and coalescing, solidifying into forms. Not monstrous shapes anymore, but figures. Tall, gaunt figures, draped in shadows, their faces hidden, their eyes burning with a cold, malevolent light. They emerged from the rocks, from the darkness, from the very canyon itself, surrounding us, closing in. And then I understood. This wasn't just a canyon. This wasn't just Bryce Canyon gone wrong. This was something else entirely. This was a place of power, a place where the veil between worlds was thin, where something ancient and dark had taken root, had grown, had become sentient. The hoodoos weren't just rocks. They were guardians, sentinels, markers of a boundary, a warning to stay away. And I, in my arrogance, in my carelessness, had led my group across that boundary, had trespassed into a place we were never meant to see. And now we were paying the price. The shadows closed in, their cold touch reaching out, enveloping us. The whispers intensified, becoming a deafening roar, filling my mind, drowning out all thought, all reason, all hope. I closed my eyes, waiting for I didn't know what. Oblivion, annihilation, something far worse. But then, just as the shadows were about to consume us, just as the darkness was about to swallow us whole, there was a sound. A different sound. Faint at first, but growing louder, clearer, more insistent. A sound that cut through the whispers, that pushed back the darkness, that shattered the oppressive silence. It was the sound of a siren, a park ranger siren. Distant, but unmistakable, cutting through the night, a beacon of hope in the abyss of fear. And as the siren wailed, the shadows recoiled. The figures faltered. The whispers subsided, fading back into the silence. The cold receded, replaced by a faint, almost imperceptible warmth. I opened my eyes. The shadows were still there, but they were less solid now, less menacing. The figures were fading, dissolving back into the rocks, back into the darkness. The ethereal glow in the clearing was dimming, the void in the center less intense. The siren wailed again, closer this time, and then another sound. Voices, human voices, calling out, shouting, getting closer. Rescuers, they were coming. With a surge of adrenaline, I pushed myself to my feet, pulling the others up with me. We stumbled out of the clearing, back the way we had come, towards the sound of the siren, towards the voices, towards the light of the flashlights that were now cutting through the darkness. Human lights, real lights, lights that banished the shadows, at least for now. We were found. Exhausted, terrified, traumatized but alive. Sarah was in shock, her arm ice cold where the shadow had touched her, but physically unharmed. The others were pale and shaken, their eyes wide with disbelief and lingering fear. We were led out of the canyon back to the main trail, back to the familiar world of Bryce Canyon National Park. As we emerged from the darkness, blinking in the sudden brightness of the rescue lights, I looked back. Back at the canyon we had stumbled into, back at the hoodoos silhouetted against the moonlit sky. But it was gone. The clearing, the void, the menacing figures, the moving shadows, the whispering voices all gone. It was just Bryce Canyon again. Beautiful, silent, and seemingly empty under the moonlight. But I knew the truth. We had all seen it. The darkness was still there, hidden beneath the surface, lurking in the shadows, waiting for the unwary, waiting for the wrong turn. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that we had been given a warning, a glimpse behind the veil. We had been shown the truth of Bryce Canyon, a truth that most visitors would never see, a truth that I would never forget. The hoodoos are beautiful, yes, but they are also guardians. And some canyons are best left unexplored, especially after dark. Some truths are best left in the shadows. My name is Chris, and Zion National Park is my kingdom. Okay, maybe that's a little dramatic, even for me, but after 5 years as a park ranger here, it sure feels like it. I know every trail, every hidden spring, every whispering alcove of sandstone where the wind likes to play tricks. I've seen the park in every season, from the brutal, baking summers that turn the air shimmering above the canyon floor to the surprisingly crisp winters that dust the red rocks with a fleeting coat of white. I've even learned to appreciate the in between times, the brief, glorious springs and falls when the crowds thin out, and the desert blooms in a riot of color, as if to apologize for the rest of the year's harsh indifference. But Zion isn't just beautiful, it's dangerous. Anyone who spends any time here learns that lesson sooner or later. It's a land of extremes, and nowhere is that more evident than the slot canyons. These narrow, twisting fissures in the earth are breathtaking, cathedral-like spaces carved over millennia by the Virgin River and its tributaries. Sunlight filters down in fractured beams, painting the sculpted walls and shifting patterns of light and shadow. The air is cool and still, a welcome respite from the desert heat. It's easy to lose yourself in their beauty, to feel like you've stepped into another world entirely, and that's part of the problem. The beauty can be deceptive. Slot canyons are flash flood traps, pure and simple. The same narrow channels that make them so visually stunning also make them incredibly vulnerable to sudden, catastrophic flooding. Rain miles away, even seemingly insignificant showers in the high country can funnel down into these canyons with terrifying speed and force. The water level can rise from ankle deep to chest, high in minutes, turning a tranquil stroll into a desperate fight for survival. We rangers, we preach about flash flood danger constantly. We put up signs at every trailhead, we hand out brochures, we warn visitors face to face. Now before you go, we say, check the weather report, be aware of the risks. We drill it into everyone who will listen, and even those who probably tune us out. Because we've seen what happens when people don't listen. We've pulled bodies out of these canyons, victims of the park's sudden, unforgiving wrath. We've had to tell families that their loved ones are gone, swallowed by a wall of water in a place that was supposed to be a paradise. And yet, despite all of that, despite the ingrained warnings, despite my own years of experience and first-hand knowledge of the risks, I ignored the weather report. Chris, the responsible park ranger, the guy who's supposed to be the voice of reason and caution, I blew it off. It was supposed to be my day off. Tuesday. The park was relatively quiet. The summer crowds hadn't quite descended yet, and the air had that perfect, pre-summer crispness that makes you want to be outside all day. I'd been feeling cooped up in the ranger station, pushing paperwork and dealing with the usual minor visitor incidents, lost kids, overheated hikers, the occasional idiot trying to feed the wildlife. I needed a break, a real break. Something to remind me why I loved this job in the first place. Canyoneering, that was the answer. Specifically Mystery Canyon. It's not one of the most popular slots, not like the Narrows or the Subway. Mystery is longer, more technical, requiring rappels and swims through cold, shadowed pools. It's a challenge even for experienced canyoneers. And that's exactly what I was craving. A challenge and solitude. I wanted to be alone, surrounded by the towering walls of rock, to feel that sense of wildness and isolation that Zion still offers, even in the 21st century. The weather report that morning had been ambiguous. Slight chance of afternoon thunderstorms in the high country. That's what it had said. Slight chance. Afternoon. High country. None of that seemed particularly relevant to Mystery Canyon. Its lower elevation further south, and the forecast was for clear skies over the main park area for most of the day. I reasoned with myself. Slight chance meant just that, slight, probably nothing. And even if there was a storm, it wouldn't be until the afternoon, and I'd be out of the canyon long before then. I told myself I was being responsible, calculating the risks, making an informed decision. Looking back, I know it was all rationalization. I wanted to go. Badly. And I let that desire override my better judgment, all the training, all the warnings I'd given to countless visitors. I packed my gear erroneous, helmet, wetsuit, dry bag, first aid kit, the usual canyoneering essentials. I even checked in with dispatch, logged my route and estimated time of return, just to cover my bases to maintain the illusion of responsibility. But in my heart, I knew I was taking a gamble, a stupid gamble. The hike to the Mystery Canyon trailhead was beautiful. The air was cool and fragrant with pine and juniper. The sky was a flawless, cloudless blue. I started down the trail, the familiar crunch of gravel under my boots, the weight of my pack a comforting presence on my back. For a while, I almost managed to convince myself that I'd made the right decision, that the weather report was just being overly cautious, that I was being smart, not reckless. The entrance to Mystery Canyon is unassuming, a narrow crack in the sandstone, easily missed if you don't know where to look. I squeezed through the opening, and immediately the world changed. The bright desert sunlight was replaced by cool, muted shadow. The sounds of the outside world, the wind, the birds, the distant drone of traffic faded away, replaced by the hushed silence of the canyon depths. It was beautiful, even more so than I remembered. The walls were sculpted into smooth, flowing curves, stained in shades of red, orange, and purple. Water-carved pothos shimmered in the dim light, reflecting the sky like scattered jewels. The air was still and damp, carrying the faint, earthy scent of wet rock and moss. I felt that familiar sense of awe, that feeling of being small and insignificant in the face of something ancient and powerful. I started down climbing, rappelling, wading through the first few pools. The water was cold, shockingly so at first, but I quickly adjusted, my wetsuit doing its job. The canyon was quiet, peaceful, exactly what I'd been hoping for. For a while, I forgot about the weather report, forgot about the risks, forgot about everything except the immediate challenge of navigating the canyon, of moving through this incredible subterranean world. Hours passed. I lost track of time, immersed in the rhythm of the canyon. Down, climb, rappel, swim, repeat. The canyon twisted and turned, each bend revealing new wonders, new challenges. I was alone, completely alone, and it was glorious. Just me and the rock and the water. Then I heard it. A distant rumble, low and guttural, like a growl from deep within the earth. At first, I dismissed it. Probably just thunder, far off in the distance. Desert thunderstorms were common, especially in the afternoon. But the rumble grew louder, closer, and there was something different about it. It wasn't the sharp crack of thunder, it was a deeper, more sustained sound, a sound of immense power and weight. I stopped, stood still in a narrow section of the canyon, listening. The rumble intensified, vibrating through the rock beneath my feet. And then I heard another sound, a higher pitched sound, a rushing, hissing sound like water. A lot of water. Panic flared in my chest, cold and sharp as the canyon water, flash flood. It had to be. The slight chance had turned into reality, and it was heading straight for me. Funneling down into Mystery Canyon, I was trapped. Deep in the canyon, miles from the trailhead, with a wall of water bearing down on me. My heart hammered against my ribs. My breath hitched in my throat. Fear, raw and primal, gripped me. This was it. This was how it ended. Not in some heroic rescue or daring wilderness adventure, but trapped in a slot canyon, drowned by a flash flood, all because I'd been too arrogant, too stupid to listen to a weather report. I started to move, scrambling, adrenaline surging through my veins. I had to get out, had to find higher ground, had to do something, anything. But the canyon walls were sheer, unclimbable. There was nowhere to go but deeper, further down into the slot. My only hope was to reach the wider sections of the canyon further downstream, where there might be some ledges, some places to escape the rising water. I pushed myself harder, faster, rappelling down drops I'd normally take my time with, scrambling over boulders, wading through pools, ignoring the biting cold of the water. The rushing sound was getting louder now, a deafening roar that echoed off the canyon walls, drowning out everything else. I could feel the vibration in the rock, the tremor of the approaching flood. And then I saw it. Around a bend in the canyon, where the walls narrowed even further, the water was changing. It was no longer clear and still. It was churning, swirling, frothing, and it was rising rapidly. Debris, branches, leaves, sand, small rocks was being swept along in the current, swirling and tumbling in the muddy water. But it wasn't just debris. Something else was in the water, something pale and indistinct, moving with the current, reaching, twisting, like a long, pale limb, or something else entirely. I couldn't make it out clearly. The water was too murky, the light too dim. But there was something there, something alive, or not alive, but present in the swirling currents, and it was coming closer, closer, with the rising water. And a new kind of fear, a fear deeper and colder than the fear of drowning, began to creep into my heart. A fear of something unknown, something unnatural, something in the water. The churning water surged closer, the roar growing into a deafening cacophony that filled the narrow canyon. The debris within the current became more substantial, larger branches, chunks of wood. Even small boulders tumbled and ground against the sandstone walls, adding a terrifying percussive element to the flood's symphony of destruction. And within that chaotic swirl, the pale thing persisted, a shifting indistinct shape that defied easy categorization. It was pale, undeniably so, a sickly, bone-white hue that stood out starkly against the muddy brown of the floodwater. It wasn't just pale like bleached wood or sun-faded rock. It was luminous, almost as if it possessed its own faint, internal light source. And it moved with an unsettling fluidity, not like debris tossed randomly by the current, but with a deliberate, sinuous motion, like something alive, or once alive, navigating the torrent. My mind raced, desperately trying to categorize what I was seeing. A trick of the light, some unusual type of debris, a large animal somehow caught in the flood, but none of those explanations felt right. The paleness was too unnatural, the movement too purposeful, and the shape it was elongated, vaguely limb-like, but also too long, too thin, too wrong. As the water level rose around my ankles, then my calves, I forced myself to focus on escape, on survival. Fear threatened to paralyze me, but the ranger training, the ingrained instinct to react, to act, kicked in. I had to move. Deeper into the canyon was the only way forward, the only direction that offered even a sliver of hope. I plunged into the rising water, the cold shocking my system, momentarily eclipsing the fear. The current was already strong, tugging at my legs, trying to sweep me off my feet. I fought against it, using the canyon walls for purchase, hand over hand inching my way downstream. The pale thing was still there, swirling in the currents ahead, sometimes disappearing beneath the surface, then re-emerging, closer now, always closer. The canyon narrowed again, the walls closing in, squeezing the already constricted space. The water rushed through this bottleneck with increased velocity, becoming a raging torrent. I had to traverse a short, submerged section, a pool I'd easily waded through earlier, now a churning vortex. I hesitated, the sight of the pale thing swirling just beyond the pool's edge amplifying my apprehension. But hesitation was a luxury I couldn't afford. The water was rising rapidly, and staying put was a death sentence. I took a deep breath, plunged into the pool, and immediately regretted it. The current was far stronger than I'd anticipated, pulling me sideways, threatening to slam me against the unforgiving rock walls. I struggled to maintain my footing, my boots slipping on the slick, submerged stones. And then it brushed against me. Not the debris, not the branches or rocks, but the pale thing. A cold, slick pressure against my leg, just below the knee. It was fleeting, gone in an instant, swept away by the current, but the sensation lingered, a chilling touch that sent a jolt of pure terror through me. It wasn't like wood or rock or any natural material. It was fleshy, smooth and cold and disturbingly pliant. I scrambled out of the pool, adrenaline surging, heart pounding in my ears. I stumbled, caught myself against the wall, gasping for breath. I glanced back at the pool, my eyes scanning the churning water, searching for the pale thing. It was there, closer now, clearer, no longer just an indistinct shape. It was a hand, a pale, elongated hand, impossibly long and slender, with fingers that were too thin, too delicate, tipped with nails that were like translucent shards of bone. It wasn't human, not entirely. There was something fundamentally wrong about its proportions, its texture, its very existence. The hand swirled in the current, reaching, grasping, as if searching for purchase, for something to hold on to. But there was nothing to grasp but water and debris. Yet it persisted, that pale, unsettling hand, reaching, always reaching, in my direction. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't debris. This wasn't an animal. This was something else. Something I couldn't comprehend. Something that defied logic and reason. Something that had no place in the natural world. And it was in the water, in the flash flood, coming closer. A new wave of fear washed over me. Colder and more profound than anything I'd felt before. The fear of drowning was primal, instinctive, but this was different. This was a fear that burrowed deeper into the core of my being. A fear of the unknown, the unnatural, the wrong. It was the kind of fear that whispers of things that shouldn't be, of realities that lie just beneath the surface of the world we think we know. I wanted to run, to flee, to scramble back up the canyon, even though I knew it was futile. Escape was impossible. The flood was rising, the canyon walls were impassable, and it was in the water, coming closer. My ranger training screamed at me to assess the situation, to find a solution, to survive. But my mind was reeling, struggling to process the impossible. The terrifying reality of what I was seeing. The hand disappeared again, submerged beneath the churning surface, and for a moment, I dared to hope it was gone, swept away downstream. But then, it reappeared, closer still, and this time it wasn't alone. Another pale shape emerged from the murky depths, swirling alongside the hand. This one was larger, more substantial, a long, pale arm. Yes, an arm, impossibly thin and elongated, connected to the hand, moving with the same unsettling fluidity. And as the water momentarily cleared, I glimpsed something else. Something further downstream, another pale shape, larger still, vaguely torso-like, twisting and turning in the current. It wasn't just a hand. It was part of something bigger, something whole. Or perhaps not whole, but fragmented, dispersed, scattered throughout the floodwater. A pale, disjointed anatomy, moving with a strange, unsettling purpose. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. This wasn't just a flash flood. This was something else, something more. The flood was a vehicle, a medium, carrying something in it. Something ancient, something malevolent, something that had been waiting dormant, perhaps, and now awakened by the storm unleashed upon the canyon. And I was trapped in its path. Trapped with it. The water was rising, the canyon was closing in, and the pale, fragmented, unnatural thing was getting closer, reaching, always reaching. And the fear, the cold, primal fear, threatened to consume me entirely, leaving me paralyzed, helpless, waiting for the inevitable, the terrifying, the pale reach off whatever it was. The arm undulated in the torrent, followed by another, and then another, pale limbs multiplying in the muddy water, twisting and intertwining like a macabre ballet. The torso, like shape I glimpsed earlier, resolved itself into a fragmented, vaguely humanoid form, pale and bloated, swirling just beneath the surface. It was like a body, or pieces of bodies, dismembered and bleached, reanimated by the flood, given a grotesque, watery semblance of life. A low, guttural moan echoed through the canyon, not from the wind or the water, but from the pale shapes themselves. It was a sound of immense sorrow and ancient pain, a sound that resonated deep within my bones, chilling me to the core. It wasn't a roar of anger, but a lament, a mournful cry that spoke of loss and suffering beyond human comprehension. Yet, despite the mournful sound, there was something undeniably predatory about their movements. The pale hands reached, not just randomly, but with a direction, a focus, towards me. They were reaching for me. The water was now chest high, the current a raging force that threatened to rip me from my precarious handholds on the canyon wall. The air was thick with the roar of the flood, and the unsettling moaning of the pale things. Panic clawed at my throat, threatening to choke me. I was trapped, utterly and completely trapped, with something unnatural and terrifying rising around me. Desperation fueled a surge of adrenaline. Had to find a way out, any way out. I scanned the canyon walls frantically, searching for a ledge, a crack, anything that could offer even temporary respite from the rising water and the reaching pale limbs. And then I saw it. High above on the canyon wall to my right, a narrow ledge, barely wide enough to stand on, but still higher ground. It was a long shot, a desperate gamble, but it was the only option I had. I started to climb, scrambling up the slick, water-polished rock, ignoring the scrapes and bruises, driven by pure survival instinct. The climb was treacherous, the rock slippery with moisture, my fingers scrabbling for purchase on the minimal handholds. The water surged around my waist, tugging at my legs, threatening to pull me back down into the churning depths. The pale things swirled below, their moans growing louder, their pale hands reaching, tantalizingly close. Somehow, past the ledge, I hauled myself up, collapsing onto the narrow strip of rock, gasping for breath, my body trembling with exhaustion and fear. The ledge was precarious, barely a foothold, but it was above the main current, above the immediate reach of the floodwater. For now, at least. From my precarious perch, I looked down at the canyon floor. The floodwater was still rising, now filling the canyon almost to the brim. The pale things were everywhere, swirling and churning in the muddy torrent, a grotesque, fragmented anatomy animated by the flood. They were no longer just indistinct shapes. They were becoming clearer, more defined, as if the flood was solidifying them, giving them form and substance. I could see more detail now. The skin was translucent, almost ghostly, stretched taut over impossibly thin bones. The limbs were elongated, grotesquely thin, with joints that bent unnatural angles. The faces, or what passed for faces, were blank, featureless, save for empty sockets where eyes should have been, and mouths that were wide and gaping, silent screams etched into their pale flesh. They were the drowned. That realization slammed into me with the force of the floodwater itself. These were the victims, the ones who hadn't heeded the warnings, the ones who had been caught in the canyon's sudden wrath. But they weren't just drowned bodies, they were changed. Transformed by the canyon, by the water, by something else. Something ancient and malevolent that resided within these stone walls. The moan intensified, becoming a chorus, a symphony of sorrow and dread that echoed through the canyon. The pale things surged upwards. Drawn to my elevated position, their reaching hands now grasping at the base of the ledge, their pale faces tilting upwards towards me. And then I saw the truth. Not just about the pale things, but about Zion, about the canyons, about the beauty and the danger and the terrible price of disrespect. It wasn't just the water that was dangerous. It was what the water carried, what the canyon held, deep within its shadowed depths. It was something ancient, something elemental, something hungry. The flash floods weren't just natural disasters, they were awakenings. They were the canyon's way of claiming what it was owed, of reclaiming those who dared to trespass, to ignore the warnings, to underestimate its power. And the pale things, they were the canyon's instruments, its agents, the physical manifestations of its wrath, unleashed by the rising water to claim its due. And Chris, the ranger who had ignored the weather report, who had arrogantly dismissed the warnings, I was now in its sights. I was the trespasser, the disrespectful one, and the canyon, through its pale, drowned emissaries, was coming to collect. One of the pale hands, impossibly long and flexible, snaked up the canyon wall, reaching for my leg, its translucent fingers scrabbling against the rock. I recoiled, scrambling further back on the narrow ledge, my heart hammering against my ribs, fear turning to icy dread. The moan intensified, and the pale things surged upwards again, their fragmented bodies piling atop each other, forming a grotesque, watery pyramid, reaching, always reaching, towards the ledge. The water was almost to my feet now, lapping at the edge of the rock, and the pale hands were getting closer, their touch promising a cold, unimaginable horror. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable, for the pale reach, for the cold embrace of the drowned. But then, something shifted. The moaning faltered, the surging water seemed to hesitate, and a new sound echoed through the canyon, a sound that cut through the roar of the flood and the lament of the pale things. Rain. Heavy torrential rain, pounding on the canyon rim above, drumming against the sandstone walls, filling the air with a deafening downpour. But this wasn't the rain that had caused the flash flood. This was different. This rain was clean, pure, untainted, and as the rain intensified, something began to change in the canyon. The muddy water started to clear, the churning currents began to subside, and the pale things, they began to recede. Their moans softened, their reaching hands faltered, their fragmented bodies seemed to dissolve, to dissipate back into the water. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the flood began to recede. The water level dropped, the current weakened, and the pale things, they were gone. Vanished as if they had never been, leaving behind only the receding floodwater and the echoing silence of the canyon. I waited on the ledge for what felt like an eternity, shivering, soaked to the bone, my body numb with cold and exhaustion. When the water level had dropped enough, I cautiously climbed down, my legs weak and trembling. The canyon floor was a mess of debris, but the pale things were gone. The only evidence of their presence was a lingering chill in the air, a faint, unsettling scent of something indescribable, and the indelible terror etched into my mind. I stumbled out of Mystery Canyon hours later, battered, bruised, and profoundly changed. The rain had stopped, the sky was clearing, and the desert sun was beginning to peek over the canyon rim. The world outside seemed normal, peaceful. Unaware of the horror I had just endured, I walked back to the ranger station in a daze, logged myself as safe, and went home, collapsing into bed, sleep offering a temporary escape from the waking nightmare. But even in sleep, the pale things haunted me, their moans echoing in my dreams, their reaching hands forever imprinted on my eyelids. I went back to work, back to my duties as a ranger, but Zion was different now. The beauty was still there, but it was tainted, shadowed by the memory of the pale things, by the truth I had glimpsed in the floodwater. I could still feel the chill in the air, still hear the faint moaning in the wind, still see the pale hands reaching in the swirling currents of the Virgin River. I never went canyoneering again. Not in Mystery Canyon, not anywhere. The slot canyons, once my sanctuary, my kingdom, were now places of dread, reminders of my arrogance, my foolishness, and the terrifying truth of what lies hidden beneath the surface of the beautiful, dangerous land I called home. And sometimes, late at night when the wind howls through the canyons and the desert is silent and still, I swear I can still hear them, the drowned, the pale things, moaning in the darkness, reaching, always reaching, from the depths of Zion's shadowed heart. They call this place Big Sky Country, and usually they're right. Montana skies stretch out, vast and blue, over everything. But in winter, especially deep in Glacier National Park, the sky feels different, lower, somehow, heavier, pressing down with the weight of all that snow. And snow is everything here in January. It's beautiful, of course. A pristine white blanket draped over the jagged peaks and frosted forests. Postcard perfect, right up until it tries to bury you alive. My name is Megan, and I'm a park ranger here. Ranger Megan, most folks call me. Sounds official, I guess. I've been working in Glacier for 5 years now, and I like to think I know this park as well as anyone, winter or summer. I've hiked every trail, climbed most of the accessible peaks, and spent more nights under these stars than I can count. Winter's my season, though. Summer's for the tourists, the crowds, the noise. Winter is when the park truly belongs to itself, and to those of us who are hardy enough, or maybe just stubborn enough, to stick around. Winter ranger duty isn't glamorous, let me tell you. Forget the sweeping vistas and wildlife encounters you see in the brochures. Mostly, it's about maintenance, safety, and solitude. Checking trail markers buried under drifts, making sure cabins are still structurally sound after blizzards, and constantly assessing avalanche risk. Avalanche danger is the shadow that hangs over everything we do in winter. It's a silent, invisible threat, lurking on every slope, waiting for the slightest shift, the smallest trigger to unleash tons of snow and ice. You learn to read the mountains, the snowpack, the wind, the temperature, every tiny sign that whispers of instability. You learn to respect it, to fear it, and most importantly, to avoid it. Most of the time, I do avoid it. I'm not reckless. I've seen what avalanches can do. I've been part of search and rescue teams that have pulled bodies out of the snow, frozen and broken. And I've heard the stories from the ones who survived, the sheer terror and helplessness as the mountain roars to life around them. No, I'm careful, calculated. That's what I always tell myself anyway. But sometimes careful isn't enough. Sometimes impatience wins out. And sometimes that impatience can lead you to make a very, very bad decision. This particular bad decision started with a radio call. It was late afternoon, the kind of fading winter light that paints the snow in long, blue shadows. Dispatch crackled through, their voice tight with static and urgency. A backcountry cabin, one of the old patrol cabins tucked deep in the park's wilderness, hadn't checked in for its scheduled radio contact that morning. It was supposed to be empty, just a routine check, but protocol was protocol. No contact meant someone had to go out there just to make sure everything was all right. Normally, this kind of task would be routine. Hop on a snowmobile. Follow established trails, quick in and out. But this cabin, this one, was remote. Nestled high in a side valley, well off the main trails, accessible only by a steep, winding route that was notoriously avalanche prone, especially after the week of heavy snow we just had. My gut screamed at me the moment I heard the location. Avalanche Gulch Cabin. Dispatch had called it, though we all knew the unofficial name was far more descriptive. Widowmaker Cabin. Not a comforting moniker, especially in winter. Ranger Megan, are you available to check on Widowmaker? Dispatch's voice cut through my thoughts. I hesitated. Available. Technically, yes. Smart. Absolutely not. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to say no, to call in a helicopter, to wait for conditions to stabilize, to do literally anything else. Both impatience, that insidious little voice in the back of my head started to whisper. Conditions are less than ideal, dispatch, I said, hedging. Heavy snowpack, considerable avalanche danger in the high country. Understood, Ranger Megan. Dispatch replied, their tone neutral, professional. But we need eyes on that cabin. Can you assess the route and advise? Assess the route. That's Ranger speak for go take a look and tell us if you think you can make it, even though we both know we're leaning on you to just go. 10-4 dispatch, I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable. I'll head out and assess, And that's how I found myself standing at the base of a slope that was practically glowing with warning signs, both literal and metaphorical. The literal signs were the bright orange markers, stark against the white snow, emblazoned with bold black letters. UBLESLPO Diviodio HE did ONETICHROS. Park Service Standard, clear and unambiguous. The metaphorical signs were everything else. The way the wind was scoring the upper slopes, stripping away the fresh powder and revealing hard, wind, slab snow underneath. The faint, unsettling creaks and groans coming from deep within the snowpack, the sound of settling, shifting weight. The air itself felt charged, heavy, pregnant with potential energy, like the mountain was holding its breath, waiting to exhale in a violent rush of snow and destruction. Any sane person, any ranger with a lick of sense, would have turned around right there, called it in, said the route was impassable, and waited for conditions to improve. But that cabin, Widowmaker cabin, it was nagging at me. What if someone was out there, injured, stranded, in need of help? Protocol was protocol for a reason. And besides, I was Ranger Megan. I wasn't just any ranger. I was experienced, skilled, confident. Maybe even a little cocky. It's just one slope, I muttered to myself, pulling my goggles down and adjusting my pack. Quick traverse, keep it high, stay light on my feet, in and out. No problem. Famous last words, right? I took a deep breath of the frigid air, the kind that burns your lungs and makes your eyes water, and stepped onto the slope. The snow was deeper than it looked, deep in places, making each step a labored effort. I moved slowly, deliberately, trying to distribute my weight as evenly as possible, following the faint tracks of previous skiers. Tracks that were already half filled with drifting snow. The silence was oppressive. The wind had died down, leaving a stillness that felt unnatural, expectant. Even the usual winter birds were quiet, as if holding their breath along with the mountain. Just the crunch of my snowshoes, the rasp of my own breathing, and the unsettling whispers from the snowpack around me. I was about halfway across the slope, maybe a little more when I heard it. A low, guttural rumble like a giant waking from a long sleep. It started deep within the mountain. A vibration you felt in your bones more than heard with your ears. Then a sharp crack, like a gunshot echoing through the valley. My head snapped up. Above me on the steep, shadowed face of the slope, a fracture line was ripping across the snowpack, a jagged, angry scar appearing as if from nowhere. Wind slab. Just like I'd feared. Time seemed to slow down, stretch out, each second an eternity. I saw the snow begin to move, a slow, almost lazy slide at first, then faster, gathering momentum, growing in size and power with terrifying speed. The rumble became a roar, a deafening avalanche of sound, the mountain unleashing its pent-up fury. Shit, I breathed, the words barely audible over the growing thunder. Instinct took over. No time to think, no time to plan, just react. I threw myself forward, trying to angle downhill to get out of the path of the slide, but it was too late. The snow was moving faster than I could, a white wave surging towards me, engulfing everything in its path. The world exploded in white. I was thrown off my feet, tossed around like a rag doll, the snow a crushing, suffocating weight. I tumbled head over heels, disoriented, gasping for breath, the roar of the avalanche filling my ears, drowning out everything else. I clawed at the snow, trying to get my bearings, to find some purchase, but there was nothing, just the relentless, churning white chaos. Then the ground dropped out from under me. One moment I was being battered by the avalanche. The next I was falling, plummeting into darkness, the roar fading above me, replaced by the rush of wind in my ears. I fell for what felt like forever, a dizzying, sickening drop. Then, with a jarring thud that knocked the air out of my lungs, I landed. Not on snow, not on ice, but on solid rock. For a moment, I just lay there stunned, gasping for air, my body aching, my head spinning. Slowly, cautiously, I pushed myself up, blinking in the dim light. But I'd fallen into a crevasse into the darkness. I looked around, my eyes slowly adjusting to the gloom. I was in a cavern, a surprisingly large space, the air strangely still and warm. Not warm exactly, but definitely less frigid than the air outside. The walls were rough, natural rock, but they weren't entirely natural. As my vision cleared, I saw them carvings everywhere, covering the walls, the ceiling, even the floor around me. Intricate, swirling patterns, strange symbols, figures that seemed to writhe and twist in the flickering light. They weren't just scratched in the rock. They were deep, deliberate, as if carved by someone with a purpose, someone with time. A lot of time. And they were old, older than anything I'd ever seen in the park. Older than the park itself, I realized with a jolt. These carvings, they were ancient. Prehistoric, maybe. Something that had been here long before Glacier was Glacier, long before anyone had even thought of calling this place a park. A shiver ran down my spine, a cold dread that had nothing to do with the winter air. This wasn't just a cavern. This was something else, something other. And I had fallen right into the heart of it. The air in the cavern was heavy, still, and carried a scent I couldn't quite place, something earthy, mineral with a faint, acrid undertone, like old dust and something else as something vaguely metallic. It wasn't the clean, crisp smell of snow and pine I was used to. This was the smell of deep time, of things buried and forgotten. I pulled out my headlamp, the beam cutting a swath through the gloom, illuminating the carvings in stark relief. They were even more unsettling up close. The patterns weren't random scratches. They were deliberate, intricate, almost organized. Spirals, circles within circles, interlocking geometric shapes that seemed to shift and writhe in my peripheral vision. Mixed in with the abstract designs were figures, vaguely humanoid but distorted, elongated limbs, heads too large or too small, faces obscured by shadows or missing entirely. One carving in particular caught my eye. It was larger than the others, dominating a section of the wall directly in front of me. It depicted a figure standing upright, but impossibly tall, its head scraping against the cavern ceiling. Its arms were long and spindly, ending in hands with too many fingers, each tipped with claws that looked sharp enough to tear rock. And its face, or where its face should be, was a gaping void, a black hole in the stone that seemed to suck in the light from my headlamp, leaving only an unsettling darkness. I stared at it, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. What were these things? Who had carved them? And why? This place felt wrong. Profoundly wrong. It wasn't just the strangeness of the carvings. It was the atmosphere itself. A heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to press in on me, a sense of being watched, of being unwelcome. I ran a gloved hand over the surface of the carvings. The rock was smooth, worn smooth by time, but the carvings themselves were sharp, crisp, as if they had been made yesterday, not millennia ago. That was impossible, of course. The sheer antiquity of this place was palpable, but the sharpness, it was unnerving. As I moved deeper into the cavern, the carvings became more frequent, more elaborate, covering every surface. It was like being inside some kind of gigantic, subterranean temple, a temple dedicated to what? To whom? The figures became more disturbing, more grotesque. Creatures with too many eyes, mouths filled with rows of needles, sharp teeth, bodies that seemed to be composed of writhing tentacles. I started to feel a prickling sensation on my skin, a sense of unease that went beyond simple fear. It was a deeper, more primal dread, a feeling that I had stumbled into something ancient and powerful, something that should have remained hidden, something that did not want to be disturbed. The cavern itself was also changing. It was opening up, becoming larger, the ceiling rising higher and higher until it disappeared into the darkness above. The air grew warmer, almost stifling, and the strange scent intensified, becoming more metallic, more bloody. I could hear sounds now, too. Not the roar of the avalanche anymore. That was thankfully gone, but other sounds, faint and indistinct. Whispers and rustlings that seemed to come from the depths of the cavern, from the shadows beyond the reach of my headlamp. I told myself it was just the wind, the echoes of the avalanche, my imagination running wild in this strange, claustrophobic place. But deep down, I knew it wasn't. These were not natural sounds. They were purposeful. Like something was moving, something was breathing somewhere in the darkness. I kept moving, drawn deeper into the cavern by a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to understand what this place was, what these carvings meant. I told myself I was looking for another way out, a different exit from this underground prison, but that was a lie. I was being pulled in, not by a rational plan, but by something else, something darker, something compelling. I came to a wider chamber, a vast space that opened up before me like the maw of some monstrous beast. In the center of the chamber, the floor sloped downwards, disappearing into a pit of absolute darkness. The carvings here were different again, less abstract, more narrative. They seemed to tell a story etched in stone, a story of what? I focused my headlamp on one section of the wall, trying to decipher the sequence of images. Figures were depicted worshipping something vast and shapeless, a darkness that filled the sky, a presence that seemed to emanate from the very rock itself. Then images of sacrifice, of blood flowing, of consumption. The figures were offering something to this dark presence, and it was alive. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't just ancient art, this was a record, a history of something terrible, something that had been worshipped here, in this hidden place, long before humans had even set foot in these mountains. And then I saw it. In the center of the narrative carvings, dominating the entire wall, was a single massive symbol, a spiral, but not a simple spiral. This one was complex, layered, with intricate patterns within patterns, drawing the eye inwards, towards the central point of nothingness. As I stared at it, the symbol seemed to pulse, faintly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely there. A rhythmic throbbing, like a heartbeat, resonating deep within the rock, vibrating through the air into my very bones. The whispers and rustlings intensified, becoming clearer, more distinct. They were voices now. Faint, sibilant voices, murmuring just beyond the edge of hearing, too low to understand, but undeniably present. And they were calling to me, calling my name. Megan, Megan. My heart hammered against my ribs. My skin crawled. I wanted to run, to flee back the way I had come, to scramble out of this cavern and back into the blinding white world of snow and sunlight. But my feet were rooted to the spot. I was frozen, paralyzed, caught in the thrall of the symbol, the voices, the oppressive atmosphere of this ancient, unholy place. The voices grew louder, closer, swirling around me, inside my head, no longer whispers but a chorus, a chanting, a litany of something. Something old, something dark, something hungry. And then I understood. This cavern wasn't just a cavern, it was a prison. A prison for something ancient and terrible, something that had been trapped here for millennia, held captive by the very rock itself. And the carvings, they weren't just art, they were wards, rituals, spells perhaps, designed to keep whatever was down here contained. But the avalanche had shifted the mountain, cracked the seal, weakened the prison, and now was waking up, and it knew I was here. The voices coalesced, becoming one voice, clear and resonant, speaking directly into my mind, bypassing my ears entirely. It wasn't a language I recognized, but I understood it nonetheless. It was a voice of immense age and power, a voice that spoke of darkness and hunger and truth. You have come to the heart, the voice resonated within me, cold and vast as space itself. You have made the wrong decision, Ranger Megan, and now you will know the truth. The voice wasn't just in my head, it was in my head. It felt like my own thoughts, twisted and amplified, resonating with an alien power. The wrong decision, it echoed, and the words hung in the cavern air, heavy with implication. My wrong decision, crossing that slope, ignoring the warnings, impatience, pride. It all led here, to this subterranean abyss, to this presence. Truth. I managed to stammer, the sound weak and pathetic in the vast chamber. My voice felt foreign to me, like someone else was speaking through my vocal cords, a puppet responding to the master's strings. What truth? The voice chuckled, a soundless vibration that rippled through the rock, through my bones. The truth of what lies beneath. The truth of what sleeps. The truth of what hungers. The spiral symbol on the wall pulsed again, brighter this time, and the voices around me intensified, no longer a murmur but a rising tide of sound, a chorus of the damned. I could almost make out words now, fragments of syllables, guttural and ancient, weaving together into a horrifying tapestry of sound. And then the darkness in the pit below began to stir. It wasn't just darkness anymore. It was something else. Something moved within it, a slow, undulating motion like a vast, unseen creature shifting in its sleep. The air grew colder despite the strange warmth of the cavern of bone, chilling cold that seeped into me, extinguishing any flicker of warmth I might have had left. From the pit, a light began to emanate, a sickly green glow that pulsed in time with the spiral symbol, casting grotesque shadows that danced and writhed on the cavern walls, animating the carvings, bringing them to a horrifying, flickering life. The elongated figures seemed to stretch and twist. The creatures with too many eyes blinked and stared, and the gaping void in the face of the towering figure on the wall seemed to deepen, to widen, to become an actual gateway into something. The green light intensified, illuminating the pit, revealing depth, an impossible depth, a chasm that seemed to descend into the very bowels of the earth, disappearing into an absolute, lightless void. And as the light grew stronger, I saw movement within that void. Shapes indistinct and shifting, too large to be natural, too alien to be anything I could comprehend. "Look," the voice commanded, the word reverberating through me, forcing my gaze downwards, into the pit. "Look upon the truth of this mountain. Look upon what you have disturbed." Reluctantly, terrified, I obeyed. I peered into the abyss, my headlamp beam swallowed by the green glow, offering no illumination to the depths below. But the green light showed enough. It revealed scales. Vast, iridescent scales shimmering in the unnatural light, larger than any creature I could imagine, interlocking and overlapping, stretching down into the infinite darkness. Scales like a reptile, but impossibly huge, impossibly ancient. And as I stared, mesmerized and horrified, the scales began to move. Slowly at first, then faster, a rhythmic undulation of vast, serpentine bodies stirring in the depths. The whispers became a roar, the chanting a deafening cacophony, and the spiral symbol in the wall blazed with an unbearable green light. The truth began to dawn on me, a truth so monstrous, so utterly incomprehensible that my mind recoiled from it, desperately trying to cling to sanity, to reason, to anything familiar. But the voice, the carvings, the scales, the green light, the oppressive atmosphere of this unholy placeth, they all screamed the same terrifying truth. Glacier National Park, it wasn't just a park. It was a prison. These mountains, these ancient peaks, they weren't just rock and ice. They were a cage. A cage built to contain something vast and terrible. Something that had slumbered here for eons. Something that humanity had long forgotten, or perhaps had never even known. And the carvings weren't just art. They were warnings, prayers. Desperate pleas etched into the stone by those who had come before. Those who had known the truth. Those who had understood the terrible responsibility of guarding this prison. The rangers, we weren't just park rangers. We were wardens unknowingly patrolling the walls of a cage far older and far more significant than we could ever have imagined. But we had failed. I had failed. My impatience, my arrogance, my wrong decision, it had weakened the bars of the cage. It had disturbed the slumbering prisoner. And now it was waking up. The scales continued to undulate, rising higher and higher in the pit, emerging from the darkness, vast segments of a colossal body, coiling and uncoiling, filling the chamber with its immensity. The green light pulsed faster, and the voices reached a fever pitch, a crescendo of madness. And then something else emerged from the pit, rising above the scales, towering into the cavern, blotting out the green light, casting the chamber into an even deeper, more terrifying darkness. A head, but not a head as I understood it. Vast, shapeless, a mass of writhing tentacles and gaping maws, eyes that burned with an inner, malevolent green fire, too many eyes, arranged in patterns that defied geometry, that twisted my perception of space and reality. It was beyond description, beyond comprehension. It was a thing from before time, from before stars, from before light itself. It was the thing in the carvings, the thing they had worshipped, the thing they had sacrificed to, the thing they had desperately tried to contain. It was the truth of the mountain, the truth of this place, the truth that had been hidden for so long. And it was looking at me. Those impossible eyes, burning with green fire, were fixed on me. And I felt a gaze that was older than the universe, a consciousness that was vast and alien and utterly, terrifyingly indifferent to my existence. Truth. The voice echoed again, but now it was closer, emanating from the monstrous head above, a voice that was no longer just in my head, but all around me, engulfing me, crushing me. The truth is, you are insignificant. You are fleeting. You are nothing but dust in the face of the Ancient Ones. And as the words resonated through me, I felt it. The hunger. A vast, cosmic hunger emanating from the creature above. A hunger that was not just physical, but existential, a hunger for everything. For life, for meaning, for reality itself. A hunger that could consume worlds, that could devour stars. And I was here in its prison, in its presence, a tiny, insignificant morsel, a fleeting spark of life in the face of an ancient, cosmic darkness. My wrong decision had led me here, to this truth, to this inevitable end. The green eyes burned brighter, and the monstrous head descended, slowly, inexorably, filling my vision, blotting out everything else. The voices roared, the scales shifted. And the hunger was all-encompassing, overwhelming, promising oblivion. And in the final, terrifying moment, as the darkness closed in, as the ancient truth swallowed me whole, I understood. The creepypasta stories, the whispers of something wrong in the park, the legends of the mountains, they weren't just stories. They were warnings. Warnings that I, in my ranger's pride, in my foolish impatience, had ignored. And now it was too late. The truth was here. And the truth was hungry.